Feel like I'm destined. I don't need no Smith and Wesson now. Girl, who you testing? Fuck is catching, here's your lesson now. Knife and intestine, taking shots with all your brethren now. Feel like I'm living, feeling like you fucking planned me. All alone, call my phone, make me feel right. Girl, you know when you call, make me feel right. All alone, call my phone, make me feel right. Girl, you know when you call, make me feel right. Spotlight, moonlight, get white, tripping, get you right. Should look good in the moonlight. All this pussy niggas so bad, my spotlight, moonlight, get white, tripping, get you right. Should look good in the moonlight. All this pussy niggas so bad, my spotlight, moonlight, get white, tripping, get you right. Should look good in the moonlight. All this pussy niggas so bad, my spotlight, moonlight, get white, tripping, get you right. Should look good in the moonlight. All this pussy niggas so bad, my spotlight, moonlight. Nigga, why you tripping, get your Mariah. Shawty look good in the moonlight. All these pussy niggas so bad, Maya.
Inder JAM, Inder JAM, Inder JAM.
Shawty look good in the moonlight. All these pussy niggas so bad, Maya. Spotlight, moonlight. Nigga, why you tripping, get your Mariah. Shawty look good in the moonlight. All these pussy niggas so bad, Maya. All alone, call my phone, make me feel right. Girl, you know when you call, make me feel right. All alone, call my phone, make me feel right. Girl, you know who you call, make me feel right. Spotlight, moonlight, nigga, why you tripping, get you right. Should look good in the moonlight. All this pussy niggas so bad, my spotlight, moonlight, nigga, why you tripping, get you right. Should look good in the moonlight. All this pussy niggas so bad, my spotlight, moonlight, nigga, why you spotlight, moonlight.
I'm feeling water flowing, it's dripping from the ceiling to my skin. I need something that's healing, but you just drag me in. You're good at stealing what you don't know. You pull me with your eyes. I'm the water, I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. You pull me with your eyes. I'm the water, I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. You pull me with your eyes. I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. Your eyes. I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. Your eyes. I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. I'm feeling water rising, and I just keep on breathing to move on. The only thing that's healing is when you're close to me, but you're just stealing what you don't know. You pull me with your eyes. I'm the water, I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. You pull me with your eyes. I'm the water, I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. You pull me with your eyes. I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. Your eyes. I'm the water. Don't get too close to me. I'm the water. Don't get too close to me.
Welcome aboard. Relax your mind and stimulate your third eye. All shaman are at your disposal. You are protected. You are protected. We are starting the journey towards the unknown. Destination infinity.
Hello? I'm ascending. Kidding. It's your first stream. Hope solo queue will go well. Oh, welcome to your first stream. Hope you have a good time, and I hope you come back. Hello. Good day from Australia.
Are back to help you. You are protected. You are protected.
Datura. Chiabri ponte.
Australia.
Assieme, amigos.
Worth Nintendo rhymes with Nintendo. Worth Nintendo with the Prime Tendo. Thank you. You are protected. Do I think they'll add Shuckle to Pokemon Unite? I don't know, will they? Playing duo has been worse than solo. You play super chill and you encounter meta duos only. Yeah, I mean, it's a problem. Can you imagine you're playing your chill duo queue? You're like, oh, let's play some Cinder Aegislash. You know, these are fun characters. And the enemy team is like, I don't know, Confusoroing you, right? It's annoying for you, but imagine your solo queue players on your team. I'm the Jigglypuff on your solo queue team crying that my team went AG Cinder. It's not fair for me either. What mon am I playing? What mon am I playing? It's a good question. Azumarill. I'm a punk. Didn't I say that I said my duo locks and Cinder? True, actually, though. But at least one of them picked a defender. You feel worse in solo getting duos with sub 30 games versus a duo with 5k plus? Yeah, that's also annoying. Redeem to play D's? Oh! I don't know. What is that? What is D's? Inder forgot about us. No, I didn't. I didn't forget about you. No, someone on Twitch forgot about you though, sorry. Well, enemy team is a lane default, so... Oh, enemy lane defaults killed my lane Absol. Monkass.
Initiate.
Oh. Their Leafeon's also here. And my Absol's dead again, and I'm dead now. Well, this is not good. Okay, well, their junglers died at least. Yeah, double killed. I triple killed. quadra killed. Base. Let's run bottom. Try to make some tempo on the map right now. My stream, streamer, streaming streams. I am streaming my stream as a streamer. Oh, we got a sack too here. I'm running patience. What a game here. I'll send the ace. Initiate the Registeel. I'm not making it time to hold that. It's going to our tier 2 after that now. Oh, my team pushed it. Okay. I'm going with the triple. I think he killed me there. It looks like he's running amp. That ult did a lot more than my ult. Also, we're fighting on top of bees, which is not good for my character, really. It's not that bad, but I do a lot less damage. It's kind of crazy to run up for that cap, because if I'm just holding the pad, he's probably dead, right? And he knows I probably was, because I was just there. But maybe he knows I'm greedy and I'll do the mid-bees anyways. Is this... bad. I thought our Cinder would just chase him. The early Fion is a gambler. I mean, it's not like he has anything to do in our jungle. Guess he can ult my up, so... Help me! What do you think are good counters to Clefable? Like a lot of damage is good, like Glaceon and stuff isn't that bad. Bro, I think you think you're keeping me here. I'm keeping you here. Your top thing is being pushed in. You should be wanting to leave, not keep me here. Like, dude, this just happened to you. Alright, do I make it in 19 seconds? Max speed will be up before this goes down. Definitely dead, but oh, we got his ult out. It's free. Yeah, Delphox, anti-healing, stuff like that's really good in the club. It's a level 15 Cinder dying in their jungle. It's fine though. He reset his death timer. Smart, good play. Pretty much my last time to unite before Ray, right? Oh my god, I kind of spanked that boy. I mean, what? Umbreon. Who's chasing who here? I don't know. Too hard to tell. They got top. Like, but like, I don't even care, dude. Whatever. Got more important things to do. Top already walked, so I'm gonna... Okay. I trust in you, Cinder. Gold badge, Cinder. The Vino came back. We're in the lead. Mashallah. Oh, guys, we can chill now. Guys, I think we can chill now. Monkas. He's down. We're fine. I was kind of just having fun with the Tokyo. What does Monkas mean? It means like, okay, like say you're dominating the game, 3 on the enemy team are dead, and your Cinder is like, I'm gonna rip Ray, and I'll secure it with my ult, and they're off by a little bit, and the enemy team's Venusaur gets it with their Unite move. Imagine hypothetically this were to happen. In that moment, you would say Monkas. Like that's kind of what that means. Hypothetically, allegedly, aka therefore, Monkas. Hello, Mr. Inder. Hello, Mr. Smim. Redeemed Gamba time. Wait, when? Wait. You funny. You thought you could trick me there. But the sound doesn't happen unless you actually spend your eggs. You funny. Haha, you got scammed. You've got mail. I've got a Garchomp Greninja Duo Q, both with X attack. And my other two guys are also paying damage ones. I am playing Mr. Mime. Hydrate? Okay, I gotta hydrate. I have some boisson. Oh no, sparkling black raspberry. Boisson is the French word for beverage. Pay your taxes right now. Hell yeah, brother. Yo, my Garchomp's having the time of his life, though. He's level 5 already. I mean, it's Jover if you get your Garchomp level 5 without XP share. Is it not? I'm gonna bother their Gengar because it's a Gengar. Hehe. Is Cram coming? He's right behind me, isn't he? Honestly, I'm just making space. Like, every time I look, my Garchomp's advanced another couple levels. I got him level 7 almost. Call me Elon Musk, because I'm making space. Wait, actually, I don't want to be Elon. Don't call me that. He's right behind me, isn't he? I mime like I'm Greedent, but actually. Gather here. This guy's about to be the first Bulbasaur to Venusaur straight. Yep. Yo. Let's Mr. Garchomp. What you're doing is not cool, though. Get him. I got my frog on a leash, call him a dog. Yeah, I'm gonna go for him, guys. I'm level 6. I've been running around. I've been doing a lot of space making. A little bit of Blue Origin. A little bit of NASA. Now it's time for me to collect, you know? Only have 1 stack, though. We're gonna have to change that. Hey, Mr. Garchomp. There's a whole jungle out there. My Garchomp is Dragon Rush Dig. I give you everything. I give you my life for this. It's like, you know, a parent says they'll always love their child. But like, what if my child does that? It's not like my child dropped out of college or something, you know, I would love them even if they did. This is like if my child did like insurance fraud and then got caught. Would you still love them? Alright, whatever, dude. Get back over here, you darn squirrel. I'm gonna run circles around him again. He's dead. Yeah, that's a mean. What does Power Swap do? It can be attached to either allies or enemies. If attached to allies, it gives them movement speed, a little bit of move speed, a little bit of healing, a little bit of damage amplification, and it also gives you some of the healing and move speed. If attached to an enemy, it does damage. It reduces the damage that they deal. It's like the opposite of what the ally part does. It reduces the amount of damage they deal, it slows them, and it does some damage over time. We got 2 Unite moves there. I'll take that. Those are some late ults. I didn't have mine, otherwise I would have used it. No one's covering top. But yeah, I mean, I spent this entire game making sure that my duo Q carries would be huge, and they've massively let me down. Okay, not a bad lethal. I'm gonna run out sooner or later, bro. Got a little bit of speed. And you're dead, though. You don't want to do this one, old man. I will walk my squirrel. That's the forbidden land. I don't know what could be on the other side. Unite move ready to go. All right, buddy. I think my team's about to flip it. Oh, this is getting flipped. I gotta keep my shield alive. The Garchomp's on me. Again, Garchomp's on me. No, yes! I'm dead. Okay, did we score? We scored one. My leaf man is up full shield. It's a close battle. Okay, Leafeon. Be very careful. Oh god. Just ultimate run past. Okay, we don't. Surely we're ahead though, right? It's a close battle, but we've got to be ahead. Yo, get on the pad. It's fine. One alive. We see one cram. Garchomp's on home. Defense of the century. Defense. Defense. Why are you not on the pad? Why are you not getting the cord? You're making me nervous. And he wants to go score. They are about to respawn though, and those people that are respawning don't have enough time to run across. Therefore, you know someone's going to be playing adequate defense on their team, hypothetically, allegedly, aka therefore. 3, 2, 1.
Party pumping.
Imagine we lose on the close battle. That would be so sad, guys. It's close battle, so it's gonna be a 20-point game either way. We lost! Close battles with Scam! Oh, Leafeon had a shield too, man! If we were just chill and patient. Go Greedent. You're not a good viewer, okay? You should be cheering for me. Bad. Do I want Thai food? I'll have some, yes, thank you. Investing in DuoQ is just like crypto, monkass. Yo, Gamba, what's up? It's Gamba time. We got it, we got it. You managed to hit Masters today? Good job. Congratulations. Good mastering. As a former green main, I love seeing my dumb rat doing MVP. I'm not that mad. All right, so we're doing the gambling time, guys. The way this works is we're gonna spin a wheel. Whatever the wheel lands on, that's what you're gonna bet on. But first, we get to do our inaugural heads or tails. I'm here at the perfect time, it seems. Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm here at the perfect time, it seems. And you have the same name as our Leafeon from last game. It's okay. All sins are forgiven in the Church of Inder. Wait, that makes me sound like a cult leader. In the eyes of God, you are forgiven, and I'm not God. Mashallah. Okay. We called heads. Let's flip the coin. Oh, it's heads. Heads is never dead. What that means is Gamma receives 44,444 eggs in the mail. It will take you 5 to 7 business days on your original form of payment for them to be returned back to your account. But cool, let's spin the wheel. Spin wheel. All right, where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, okay. All right, now we're just doing a big coin flip, but for everyone else involved as well. So, how this works is we're gonna set up. Oh. I'm gonna set up the coin flip. Now here's the thing. This is not any ordinary coin flip, guys. This coin flip is kind of dangerous. Because normally on your coins, you only are guessing between heads or tails. But on the inder coin, there's a 1% chance for it to land on its side. Now, it's not likely to happen, but one of these days it might. I'm just saying. It's a 0.1% chance to be on its side. Not even 1%. A 0.1% chance to land on its side. On God, one day it'll happen and I'll be that dude. Honestly, like, it might not ever happen. I mean, we need to analyze the binomial distribution calculator to determine how many rolls on average it would take to land on the 0.1% chance side. Any statisticians in the chat can tell me if there's a 0.1% chance of an outcome of happening, how many trials would you need to do on average to hit that? If anyone can do the y equals, you know, it's 1,000. That can't be right, guys. That's not what the binomial distribution calculator would say. I don't think that's what the binomial distribution calculator would say. I'm not asking as a, it's not a test, guys. I don't know the answer either, but it's definitely not 1,000. Binomial distribution calculator. Yeah, I don't know what any of these variables are supposed to be. Yeah, I don't know, guys. All right, submissions are closed. You don't know what the binomial theorem is? It's kind of self-exposed if you don't know what the binomial theorem is, guys. Like, I learned that in high school. All right, so we actually have 4% of the chat going on a 0.1% odds of something occurring. The way this works is first we turn down the music a little because that's just loud. Number two, oh, here's the binomial thing. Okay, so what you would do is we would need to solve for x in this, right? We would put like 49.00, 49.00, and like 1. Oh, we solve for n, I think. I think you would solve for n in this situation. Anyways, random number generator. All right, so the random number is 444, okay? We're gonna do 1 to 1,000. If it hits 444, the coin is landed on its side, okay? So if this number right here equals 444 once I press generate, it's not gonna happen, it's unlikely, so we're just gonna press it. And then like maybe we'll press it again, and then again, and again, and again, and again, and it's not gonna happen, right? You can't hit that. It's like, it's so unlikely to hit. So you're good. Now the only combination now you can get is heads or tails. And we get tails. Ooh, the last one was heads. You knew we were due for a tails, guys. That's just how it works. That's just the game. And that's why they don't call it Gamba time, but they call it Scamba time. 188,000 eggs have been redistributed from the Heads clan to the Tails clan, and 13,000 have just been drowned in the waste. Tails never fails. The side should be 777. The side could be whatever. Scammed. All right, cool. I think we have time for like 1 or 2 games, and then we gotta go to scrims. Gamba scammed. Scamba. It's Scamba time. Eggs, yeah. Can I do Metagross? Maybe. Maybe not. You have a 90% chance to get it in 2,400 tries. Ah, yes. Thank you for the mathematical genius there, Shuckle. That seems about more right. According to the binomial theorem, right? Of course, you and I both know as mathematicians the binomial theorem, where you can use it to calculate the percentage odds of a particular trial being successful over a number of tries. Like, we're both smart, unlike the other people around us, right? Like, 6th day of asking for a Cramorant game. Day number 6. Yeah, actually, day 6 out of 8,000. Bro, I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming for 8,000 days. I'm sorry to tell you guys this. I don't want to bring down the mood, but I'm not gonna stream forever, guys. And I don't think I'm gonna be streaming for 8,000 days. That's like more than 20 years. Guys, I don't know if I'm gonna be live in 2044. I'm just saying. I'll be live today and tomorrow and the day after, but 2044? I'm sorry. Okay, 8,001. 7,999. I'll be streaming Unite 3. Yeah, I won't be streaming Pokemon Unite in 20 years because I'll be streaming Pokemon Unite 45. Kiapa. Based on this season so far, do you want to see EX licenses banned in Masters going forward? Thank you for the question, OT Neil. Based on this season so far, I do want to see EX licenses banned in Masters going forward. Yes. Yeah, by that time, hopefully we'll have Pokemon Unite VR, where you can take the idea of being the Pokemon even more literally. I miss Zacian? Yeah, well, you're a dirty Zacian abuser, so how about that? How about that? I will play some Metagross. You know what? I will play some Metagross. My God, my Wiggly is cooking something. if you guys do want to request a Pokemon, you can do a subscribe for the first time, or a gifted subscribe, or membership if you're on YouTube, and I'll play what you want me to play. Otherwise, I'll stick to what my heart calls for. Pokemon Unite 45. The year is 2044. Ranked MMR is still broken. Spraggles has quit the menace of the B tier. Has quit as the menace of the B tier finally broken. To stop people fighting over the jungle and solo queue, there is no lane, just jungle. All other mons are removed, and the only replayable mons are Clef and Sableye. Yeah, that sounds like a dystopian novel. Sounds a little Orwellian, don't you think? Of course, you know, I know who George Orwell is because I'm very educated and I read books, you know? Even though the truth is I've never really finished a book before, but I'm very educated, you know? If you're educated, you would agree. You would know what I'm talking about. No. So gyro ball. I haven't run ball in a while. I got 4 stacks, I'm good. The Razor Claw is very important if you're laning as this mon. There's too much damage to give up. Unhee. You should make a book. You know, when I was a youngin', back in the day, you know, back when I used to drink chocolate milk with a straw, it used to be my dream that I would write a book and make a movie and just do everything pretty much. I've always had like a, you know, a creative mind, even though I've never really actualized it until I started streaming. Little fun fact about your boy. I remember I used to like sit in my room thinking like of book ideas, that like, as if I would write a book one day. But maybe I will. I don't know what it would be about though. Get him. You still drink chocolate milk with a straw? Yeah, I moved on to more sophisticated ways to drink chalky milk. Alright, who wins this, Wiggly or Comfy? Oh, it's just messed up that Venusaur showed up. Oh, this is for science. Does this make a wall or no? It doesn't. Even though there's 3 people here, if you count the Comfy, it didn't make the wall. Even if we die here, I tested something valuable. We committed science here. That's what you call a true scientist right there. In the question, of will Metagross count Comfy as a third target for its Unite move, Compute and Crash? The answer is no. If you guys don't know, Metagross's Unite makes a wall if it scans 3 people. But I wasn't sure if Comfy would count as a third character if it was inside their ally. Like, would it scan that it's 2? And we didn't, so we needed to know. And then I had to die afterwards in the name of science. I mean, this game's actually just a healer diff, though, I think. We got Umbreon, but... I went this way, hee hee. I mean, Comfy's just like a counter to Metagross, because Metagross can't win the duels with anyone that's has a Comfy on top of them, and the Comfy doesn't count for things like Gyro Ball or Mash, which I already knew. And now I also know it doesn't count for the Unite move. The Meowscarada doesn't realize, right? Okay, we set up the guard ult. Pierce damage affected Comfy. So you're saying T-Dar's true damage would go through the enemy and hit the Comfy? I don't know, that seems weird. Kind of defeats the purpose of Comfy, I feel like. This is just, my mon is so useless into Comfy though. When it gets mean looked, it just like sits there and keeps trying to resolve its ult. It'll eventually make the wall if it was meant to make the wall though, I think. I think that's what happened in my Metagross game on my video. Saying attacks that continue even after hitting someone? Oh. I don't know. I don't know if I like that. I mean, that's a late ult from their meta. Can our Umbreon get off the Regieleki, man? We just have 2 tanks on it too. No wonder the thing's not dying. Okay, at least we have some healing. No. So close. Pre-nerf Gyro Ball would have got that. Our comp's not that bad. Like, I don't know, I think our comp is fine. What other moves have extra effects from hitting multiple targets? I mean, it's basically anything that does healing per target hit. Which I guess it did change over the course of the game, but I don't know, like Azu's Aqua Tail and Whirlpool hit per target hit. Icicle Spirit Glaceon? I mean, I don't know if the question is... like, yeah, I don't know. GG, I was Avina, why were you running after me all game? I don't think I was running after you all game. I was running to not be dead all game. Yes, you did. Okay, cool. If that's how you feel, I don't know. It's not like I wasn't streaming my gameplay. You can go back and watch. If you feel like I was discriminately targeting the enemy Venusaur the whole game, then I mean, I guess like art, it's open to your interpretation. Wait, guys, I should not have started this game. We have scrims in 7 minutes. I think I need to just leave this game. I don't want to be late for scrims. What do you guys think I do? Should I just leave the game, tank my points, or be late for scrims? It's against... Okay, hold on, wait. Is Phil streaming yet? It's against Team YT. Let's go to his stream and see what he's doing. If he's also in a game...
Come on, dance with me.
He's also in the game, but his game ends in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Also, I opened his stream and looked at the chat and someone said TTV about to lose. Maybe I shouldn't be late, guys, because we're also about to lose.
Come on, dance with me.
Sorry, wrong chat. Guys, I think we should leave. I don't think I should be late. I can afford to lose 10 points. This way my solo queue players don't lose points, right? Because they can just do the thing. They can do the AFK thing. It's an honorable way to approach it. Hopefully they do the... If they don't, that's on them, right? That's on them. That's their choice that they'll make. TTV about to get packed up. Guys, this isn't we're about to scrim, like it's a practice session. Why is this chat saying we're about to get packed up? I'm going in there too. TTV about to get these.
Blazing's actually a tanky ass combo. It's pretty tanky, man. I'm impressed.
Now what? Where are all the chatters at now? TTV about to lose, TTV about to get packed up. Now what?
Execute. Oh, I thought I gave you execute, man.
Where are they at now?
Okay. I thought I gave you execute, friendo. I'm 15.
Am I gonna mute for the practice? Yes, I will. I will.
Nice.
Just so I can stay focused. I'm waiting for the response.
You locking on to me? You should not lock on to me. Anyone but me, dude. I am incapable of dying.
He's incapable of dying.
Did I die this game? I
Yeah.
think I probably did.
Where they at now, huh?
I don't want them to rip.
Where's the moderator?
Nice little blue buff.
I'm kidding, guys. I don't. These are scrims. I don't go into the scrims thinking about winning or losing.
Supercomputer on their way.
In fact, losing is optimal in scrims.
That's actually bad. I don't want to play this yet. 30 seconds left.
What up, Ice?
I have a huge shield.
How come the people that are saying we're about to get packed up aren't saying anything anymore? Okay.
It's not enough. Bye. You see that huge shield, bro? You died to SPN because of the wall accident misplay. Otherwise, yeah, I think that was my death. I also didn't need to go so ham too, to be fair. Sometimes you just get lost in the sauce.
They got scared? Oh.
TDV about to get these. We're about to give them these right now in there. These guys are not gonna know what hit them.
We don't know.
All right, 115, not bad, not bad.
Okay, no one in the chat said anything though. All right, guys. I'm gonna leave you guys with some music, and you'll get to watch my POV. Let me leave you with something nice though. You know, a little bit of some classical. I'm not leaving. I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be streaming my games, but you know, you won't hear me anymore. So if anyone asks, guys, the comms and everything is muted because we're focused on our practice. But you have the luxury of watching, you know? So yeah. Pinkies up, and I'll see you on the other side. Boo. Did I scare anyone? Ah. I jumped. Ah. GG's, GG's. I haven't made the official announcement yet, but I suppose it's no point keeping it a secret. Hitman, the guy that was playing with us, is the new 5th member of our team, of Team TTV. He used to live, I think, in Colombia or in LATAM somewhere, but he did move to California recently for school. He's a good player. He's a little bit new to Unite, so he has a lot of learning to do, but he's a good player. But he's a really good player. What happened to Vin? A good question. Vin's the homie. We didn't kick Vin. It's really shitty. I wanted to make a stink about it on Twitter, but I'm not trying to make any enemies. No, he did not get kicked. We don't know why, but he was given a 1-year ban by the Pokemon Company. They didn't say what reason. I tried to ask them what happened. They're like, we don't respond to inquiries about bans, so we don't know. They just banned him out of the blue. And it's kind of scary because I don't know if you guys know, Red Love also got banned. And Red Love also doesn't know why he got banned. He was not on Blue Sacks. No, the reason that they gave was for unsportsmanlike conduct. But we don't know what it was for. Sound sus? Sure, Vin knows. Bro, I'm telling you, we have literally no idea. I think if... What's up, guys, from the Tana stream? But yeah, we just don't know. Like, the best guess is last year he qualified for NAIC and he didn't show up to the event. So maybe that's why they banned him, but we don't know. But yeah, so they banned him for a year and he's not allowed to appeal the decision until 90 days, and within 90 days it's too late. Hashtag free Vin Diesel. Yeah, for sure. But no, what I was saying though, and the reason why it's scary is they banned Red Love. We don't know who else. Maybe other people got banned as well, but Vin got banned. And people are saying Red Love got banned for the incident that happened. I don't know how many of you guys know, but a while ago it resurfaced that Red Love had disciplined his daughter, like physically, like slapped her or something, like his really young daughter, and he had done it on stream, and people were really upset about that. I think it's, I mean, I think that's horrible, but that event happened about 6 years ago, 5 to 6 years ago. And Red Love, there's like a clip of it that people had spread out. So I disagree with physically disciplining your children. I think that's bad. But at the same time, if people can get banned from Pokemon events for things that they did a year ago or 6 years ago, I think that's like a slippery slope. Bro's lucky he isn't in jail. Are you sure? Because there's many states in the US that don't consider that a crime, including the one he lives in. Not that I think that makes it morally correct or anything. I think a lot of things can be legal and bad. But my stream isn't the platform to discuss whether or not parents should have the right to physically reprimand their children. That's a topic for another day. But the answer to me is no. Like, but at the same time, I don't think people should lose opportunities because of something they did 6-7 years ago. But about Vin, I mean, we don't know. Like, it's, if someone can point to something, then sure. But and I'm not saying that's why Red Love got banned. We don't know. It is a children's game, but I think here's the thing, guys. Here's the issue. I don't think people should be banned for things that they did. There has to be like an unwritten statute of limitations. Because if you go digging hard enough, most people, you can find stuff on a lot of your favorite people. And by that standard, I don't think esports as a whole can survive. Maybe it's both for the same thing. It could be. That's my. But the thing is, their bans are of different durations. So I don't know how. I have no insight into it, guys. And yeah, I mean, the reason why I don't really like talking about it, and it's really shitty, because one, it hurts me like personally a lot. Like, if you guys remember, like about a week ago or something, I had a stream where I was like so out of it that I was so sad. And the truth is, like, we were inches close from just disbanding the team as a whole and not really playing at all this season. So we got lucky that Hitman reached out to us and he was like, hey, I just moved to California and I don't have a team. Because if it wasn't for him, we might not have played at all. And that would have been sad. Hitman is CTV, yeah. I have to make the tweet still. But yeah, guys, I don't know. It's gonna be a learning curve for sure. I mean, we got notice pretty late. We only found out at the start of the month, and this all happened past week pretty much, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. This has nothing to do with Scolded, guys. Not only, he's never been on my team. I've never interacted with the person. What that guy did is very recent and very like awful. So let's not. Like, obviously, if you're bringing up his name, you know about it. I would rather, you know, we don't soil the discussion with something like that, man. It's not the place for it. But yeah. I don't know. I'm obviously, like, gonna be very upset about this, because, I don't know. I mean, it just... I'm not the type of person to think, like, to be, like, superstitious or believe, like, you know, bad things or whatever, like, happen for different reasons, but my God, it really feels like I've gone so unlucky in Unite. Like, I was looking at the leaderboards for the past 2 years. Like, my team finished #1 in points year 1 and year 2. Year 1, the format is just so weird. We don't even get to qualify to Worlds after being the #1 team in our region, whatever. Year 2, Retsu has IRL stuff, so we have to pick up Celestial. We get to Worlds, we're the #1 team again. And then at Worlds, they do a switch up on us like 9 hours before our game. They tell us that instead of us being one of the last matches of the day, we're the first match of the day. while we're all out and about after we had to spend 6 hours waiting for our badge on one of the hottest days in Japan ever. Which, I mean, all the teams had to do, but not all the teams had to be the first team to get up to play. And then once we do finally start playing, because one of our players uses Joy-Cons and they didn't adequately test Joy-Cons, we get, like, Otter literally can't play the game because Joy-Cons didn't work on the stage that they tested them on. And then year 3, it's like, okay, you know, we've assembled a good team. Sad that Zug left, but hey, changes happen. We got Pikadiff. Pikadiff's insane. And we have Vin, who've been practicing with for like all off season. And then right when things look like they're gonna be good, he gets banned. At the very least, I feel like they should give a reason, man. Like, they didn't test controllers that come with the Switch on stage. They did. They tested if they would connect, but what they need to do is they need to have like people that play the game to test it to see if what the latency is like and if it's like playable conditions. I think honestly, I think the controller thing is mostly just unlucky because I think the Joy-Cons, the Bluetooth that they connect through, just was gonna have interference when the entire like venue was full and they couldn't really test for it. Is my best guess, like to give them the benefit of the doubt. Can't you create a new account? No. Not only is that's not how bans really work, but I would never think to do ban evasion for esports. It's just a horrible idea. Just as a general rule of thumb, you should never try to evade bans by making a new account in whatever medium, whether it's an official esports tournament or you're coming to my stream. Like, ban evasion is only gonna make the people that banned you more frustrated with you. And yeah, but honestly, like where I'm left now is scary because like I've lived a pretty good, clean life on the internet. Like, I'm not really concerned about someone digging deep and finding stuff that I might have done in the past. Like, I think I'm pretty clear, but like, who knows? Like, did I say bad words 7 years ago when the world was a little bit different? Probably. I did, yes. Am I the same person that I was then? Definitely not. Like, I'm not afraid for myself, but I think the precedent that it sets is really dangerous. And it would be okay if it was like, okay, it happened, and then you reach out and they're like, look, this happened last year. We got a lot of reports. This is a child's game. This is unacceptable, and we would be able to move on from it. But being in the dark makes it feel like that much scarier. So yeah, okay, and back to what I was trying to say earlier, the reason why I didn't want to bring this up too much, and I'm just gonna say it because it sounds really horrible to even think about, but there's the same way that a lot of you guys are like fans of me and my teammates and TTV as a whole, there's a lot of people out there that for whatever reason absolutely hate us. And I have no doubt in my mind that there's certain individuals, I'm not gonna name names, I literally don't know, but I have no doubt in my mind that there's individuals out there that every day are just finding different avenues to report people, different things that they can dig up, just to try to ruin our chances from being able to compete properly. And it's just sad to think about that there's someone that could harbor like that much animosity towards you when you really haven't done anything to them. But that's life. And then on top of that, this is the part that I'm sure someone's gonna clip and share it around and whatnot. But there's people that definitely deserve to not be competing right now for things that they've done very recently. Whether it's things that they've said or things that they've done, there's people that have done very, very bad things that are gonna get to compete. And I'm not the type of person to sit there and go through all the channels to report people. So, you know, if they don't have enough haters to get them reported, they're just gonna keep playing. And I don't know, it just feels shitty to like sit back and know that like someone you were so excited to play with got a ban that people don't, like, no one can tell you for what. And there's people that you know have done bad things that are just sitting there playing the game. Someone's gonna name names. There's things that everyone knows about, but no one says anything. And unfortunately, like it's literally gonna be me and my teammates against the world, because I don't think enough people are gonna have our back on it. You guys would, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of the Unite community as a whole. I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's why you guys don't see me like really step outside to do a lot of collabs. Like, I like working with Spraggles and, you know, with Phil and Chris and, you know, those like the normal content creators. But as like a whole, there's a lot of people are rats. And no one has, like, people don't have integrity. No one sticks up for their own morals. People are highly emotional in how they decide who they like and who they think ought to compete and whatnot. It is what it is. Like, it's sad to think about and it's sad to talk about. Collab with you? I'd collab with you if you ever want me to. And none of this is to say that, like, none of this is to say like you should be allowed to get away with everything, right? I don't think it's, I think you should be held accountable for the things you say, especially when you're in a community that, you know, caters to a younger audience. Like, when I decided to play Pokemon Unite, I made a conscious decision the first day I started streaming that the type of behavior that I might have accepted before Pokemon Unite would no longer be accepted. And I lived to that rule to a T. Which is why, like, the most controversy you'll see me in is me arguing with people on game stuff. Like, I think the biggest thing that's probably happened with me is me arguing with, like, the math court or something, but that's about the game, you know? At least, like, we have a difference of opinion, But you're not gonna see me like, oh, Inder said this about this group of people or did this to this person, because I just don't live my life that way. But there's other people that get to do whatever they want, not whatever they want, but without enough, like, they don't get criticized for it enough. They get platformed by it by other people, and they're just gonna get to play next year, and Vin isn't. So I don't know. The reason why I said I don't like talking about it is because not only do these people, like, are they like sitting there being excited about reporting us, but I have no doubt in my mind that there's either people watching right now or friends of these people that are gonna clip it, and they're just gonna be grinning, like they're just happy about what happens. And I don't know, it feels almost feels like they're winning from that perspective. Like, they get to keep playing, they get to keep getting away with shitty stuff. But I don't know, what can I do? Like, mob mentality is sad on Twitter. I think in some cases it's appropriate. You know, unfortunately within the world of esports, there's an equal number of people that go overboard with cancellation as there are with people that probably for one reason or another deserve to be canceled, you know? And it sucks that it's like that, but yeah, like, I don't know. I don't think I've ever really been a fan of the Unite community at large. Like the Unite competitive community. I feel like I've always also just felt like an outsider. But I don't know. Maybe one day I'll leak all the DMs and all the shitty stuff people have said and done. But not anytime soon. Let me take the spore and walk bottom. Remember that time you scared Ray with an egg? I've done that a couple times. I think I've made my own community. Yeah, that's honestly what I felt like I would be much happier doing. And none of this is to say that there's only bad people. Like, there's some cool people out there for sure. But I don't know, man. Everyone's just so fake. VGC's community is much better than Unite. Honestly, it seems like it. I've made a lot of friends in the VGC community. A lot of the people are like, hey, you know, we watch your stream, or like we see your name pop up, and they're really supportive and whatnot. They're really cool. I wish I was better at VGC and I was more interested in it, but I've just been playing MOBAs for too long that I'm a Unite guy. But it would be really cool if I could like have the drive to play the VGC. I do like that community a lot more. Let's go back for fun. Yeah, the thing is like the way the Unite community is, it's not like people are, it's just weird, man. Like, I don't know how to describe it even sometimes. But like I said, it's not everyone. Like, I'm not, the reason why I don't want to bring up details or anything is because then that starts becoming into like a witch hunt, and you know, I don't want to talk about people that can defend themselves either. Like, that's, I wouldn't want anyone else to do that to me, even though I'm sure that happens. I'm sure lots of people know lots of things, but if someone's not here to defend themselves, there's no point in just levying allegations, you know? You know, I think I felt like that in the past when I saw other people get targeted about stuff, whether it's on Twitter or not, and like, it's better that I just don't speak up, because then I'd be on the list of people, like, people that would get targeted next. But I think if I have, not a regret, but if I reflect back how I've like operated myself over the last few years in Unite, I think I wish I spoke out more when I saw like injustices happen. Like when I see injustices, I mean like people being unfairly targeted for things. Like one thing I'll say, and I've kind of loosely brought this up on Twitter in the past, is what happened with Chris was so unfortunate. Like, and I think it was completely uncalled for and unfair that he got an opportunity taken away from him for his use of a bad word, even though the context of him saying it like meant no harm. And like, you know, I don't know, maybe I feel like I should have spoken up more then. Not that I could change anything, obviously. You can't, there's nothing to change. Like once someone gets reprimanded for something, it doesn't, they don't usually flip it on them like that. I get sober ulted here? No. They're too low to do it, right? We saw my Unite. Guarantee me 80% of... Oh, trust me, a lot of people say it. A lot of people say a lot of things. The candle's dead for 23. We're still in the lead. I want to reset this guy. I want to bring back my candle. It's getting really low. It's time to ult now. They're capping as well. Didn't get it. Did the Sylve even get it with? Unlucky. When is it time to use Hoopa's Unite? I mean, that's like, it's a hard question to answer. It just depends. Like, if you can use it to win the fight by stunning them and whatnot, definitely good to go for. If not, you want to use it to bring your team in or to win more time. Yeah, I mean, the Chris situation is ridiculous because he used the R word to defend himself and to tell people to stop being racist in his chat. Not that that's an appropriate use of it. I don't think there's ever an appropriate use for the word. Like, I think it's better to not say it. And I don't know, like, I think when I was in my early 20s, I probably was the type of person to be like freedom of speech or whatever, but that's not how things work, and that's not how things should work either. I don't like, freedom of speech doesn't exist so you can freely use slurs, and playing in like a league or an event or in a workplace, like, they are going to have more restrictions on freedom of speech on top of that, as they should. I don't want to be in a community where everyone just says whatever because they want. I don't think, like, I don't like language being used that way. I disagree with the use of the word, but I think there's gotta be like steps to approaching it. You know what I mean? Like, words shouldn't hurt anyone. I disagree. Words are hurtful. Words are hurtful. Slurs, even out of context, can lead to some dangerous roads. Like it's a really simple-minded approach to have the mindset that words are just words and they shouldn't hurt people. Like it's only one to two steps away from the use of like violent words leading to things like, you know, like to hate crimes essentially. So no, I don't think it's like appropriate to just be like, oh, freedom of speech, you should be allowed to say whatever. Like you should be allowed to say whatever without being imprisoned for it. Why is my Snorlax in the jungle? Go top, Snorlax. But that doesn't mean like you should be allowed to say whatever you want in online communities and never receive any repercussions. I mean, you're welcome to have your own opinion, but that's not the opinion that I have. That's all I'm trying to say, I guess. But I also think like if someone gets in trouble the first time they say something, or if they get in trouble for something they said years ago, I don't think you're making an environment where people are going to learn. But I guess maybe the goal isn't for people to learn, right? We're both dead. Is a law standard not a moral standard? Agreed, for sure. You respect my opinion just the way you grew up. Your father was a real man. I mean, I don't think you mean it in a toxic way, so I'm not going to take offense to it, but being a real man doesn't mean that you use bad words, man. I don't think I'm any less of a man because I won't use like a bad word. Like I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But anyways, I feel like we've really moved far away from the initial topic, which is fine, but it's just sad. Like, I don't know. I have friends that I speak to that aren't a part of Unite anymore or never were, and like one of the common things that comes up is like just how far gone the community feels like it is. I just feel like there's so much divide, there's so much animosity, like I wish there was a way that we all could get along better, but and I mean some of it's on me. Like there's people that I don't want to get along with because I don't know, like I'm a person that's very like that likes to be very consistent on their morals, you know, like not that I like to hold grudges or anything, but I don't know, like if I think something is wrong, I think it's wrong, and it doesn't like I feel like in a lot of ways people decide what they think is right or wrong based on the people that they like. I really need spin, but we're just being crushed. I'm not getting any XP on these skills either. Guard doesn't have a 9 yet. That guy evoluted my damage, so he lives. There's a guard unite. Oh, that's a max range ice swing too. I talking sugar about the American. It's mostly NA. Yeah. In EU, people care a lot less about things. It seems like. And that's good in some cases, and it's really bad in other cases. Pretty common that some people don't cancel people that they should just because they like them. Yeah, and to me that's like, if you're the type of person to call people out on their behavior, call every single person out on their bad behavior, quote unquote bad, but then you make an excuse for the people that you do like, I think you're just as bad as those people then at that point. So yeah, let's unite. Some of those calling out are the worst individuals. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do I agree that trios must be removed from the game? I think it would make a better gaming experience for more people if trios were removed. I mean, you just have to weigh, like, it's gonna be less fun for trios because they won't be able to trio anymore, but it'll be more fun for probably the other people in the games. And the trios that can either move to 5 stacks or duo queues, like, I'm biased in that, so I think it's better. Do you feel like the comp scene or the content creators have a bigger influence on uniculture? I mean, it's a thing that I struggle with internally, a conflict that I have within myself. Like, do I have that much influence on the Unite community? I don't think I do, to be honest. I feel pretty helpless. But maybe I'm undervaluing the influence that I have. Okay. I feel like if I were to speak up on things, a lot of people wouldn't have my back. Some would. I mean, it should just be the people that agree or disagree with me, but I don't know. I often feel like I'm on the side that's scared to speak out because if they do, they'll be the next person to be targeted by the general, like, mob or whatever. So I don't, like, hold it against people, but I mean, I can talk about what happened last year at Around Worlds, where Celestial, who used to be our teammate, people had basically a planned effort to call him out for some things that he had said and accuse him of being like racist and transphobic and stuff. And there was, like, this argument was all public, so it's not like I'm leaking anything or whatever. This all happened on Twitter back then. But yeah, I mean, people were saying comments that he had made out of context. I mean, I don't even think he ever said anything bad, but people obviously didn't like him, so they tried to cancel him or whatever. And I wanted to have his back publicly because he's my teammate, and I also didn't think he did anything wrong. Like, not enough for a mob that was going after him. And to see, like, it was just a telling time to see how people were reacting. Alright, well. It was brought up right before Worlds for obvious reasons. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't know, like, the way I saw a lot of people react in that time, I don't know, it really made me feel a certain kind of way. They're not doing it. We just have to rip it, guys. unlucky. I don't even know what. It's the second time a Sylve's hyper voice has gotten it over the wall. It's just, I mean, hyper voice is just such an unlucky thing to lose Ray to there. But yeah, I don't know, like, just during that time, it was so stressful, man. Like, seeing like a lot of people just not even like attempt to understand the situation. But I don't know. I think I would definitely do things differently if I had the chance to. Like, from the beginning, that's what I mean. But there's just, I don't know, people are so interesting. Do you realize that's why Slush was gone? I wouldn't say that's why he's gone. Just a new year, we wanted to have some new teammates. What does Try Attack do on Dodrio? You're better off just looking it up on Unite DB, man. Does some damage, it slows, it empowers your auto attack. Like, some people also appropriate for stuff that is not related to them and think they're experts on a topic and should bring on justice. I think from what I've experienced, I think people aren't looking for justice, they're looking for punishment. I mean, I guess justice from the context of punishment, not from trying to make things right. I don't think I've ever seen someone call someone out for behavior they think is unacceptable and give that person a chance to try to better themselves. It's always been like, they're bad, anyone playing with them is bad, and they deserve the worst thing that could happen to them. And it's like, look, I agree that people shouldn't say bad things, and if they have opinions that are, you know, dangerous to people's livelihoods, like, that stuff shouldn't be allowed. I'm the first to agree there, but I don't know, I feel like no one's ever given a chance to try to better themselves. Unless that person is liked. So I didn't get that. It honestly just ends up coming down to who people like and who they don't. I don't really want to die this hard. Nice. I want to go back to Sashi on Talon if I'm laning. I'm gonna play Fly this game. Guard's dead. You know, I know there's a lot of people that are like joining in and out. They don't even know what we're talking about. It's too much to recap, but the TLDR of it is that we were gonna be playing with TTV Vin Diesel. He was banned by the Pokemon Company for participating in Pokemon events. The reason that was given was due to unsportsmanlike conduct. When I reached out to the support team to get an answer, they said they don't respond to inquiries and they won't tell us. So we don't know what it was for. Because of the travel expenses thing, we have literally no idea. I can't tell you if I think he deserved it or not because they didn't give a reason. Do the players involved in the matching also get banned? Nope. Not to my knowledge, at least. And I don't want it to be an arms race of like, oh, we have this dirt on this person, and what they did is worse than what this person did, so this person deserves to get banned. Like, that's not the type of esports environment I want to be in. There should just be like guidelines on what's acceptable, what isn't. When someone gets banned, it should be publicized, like what they got banned for. You know, like when someone gets banned for cheating, right? Like when someone gets banned for cheating in a game, like macroing or botting or whatever, I think it's appropriate for game companies to not give the reason why. Because you don't want other people to circumvent the ban and give information to those people, right? But when it comes to banning people for their behavior and conduct, I think those should be times where you make an example out of it. But that's just not what a lot of companies like Pokemon do. So. Can't ask why he was banned, that doesn't make sense. The official process that's listed on their site is that he gets to appeal in 90 days. If you're banned for a year, you get to appeal in 90 days. But 90 days would be that he misses half of the season, so I don't know. I don't think I genuinely believe that their rules are designed for TCG and VGC and not for Pokemon Unite. Because if you get banned for 90 days and it's a mistake, you can still recover your season in those other games. You can still qualify for your Worlds invite. In Unite, you miss 90 days and it's over. This one you had tonight and a new member going forward? Yeah. I should have flew earlier. What does Vin think it's about? I mean, our best guess is that he qualified last year for NAIC and then didn't go. And as a result, he got paid the travel money. And yeah. But what they do in other games to punish people for that, and what, as far as I know, is what we were told they were gonna do for him, was that the next event that he qualified for, he wouldn't be paid the travel expenses because he took the travel expenses from the last one and didn't show up, and effectively that's how he would be paying it back. So I don't know, like no one knows what the reason is. Who's dead way before I get there? Whole team is dead. I fly to get out. Hitman was LATAM, but then he moved to NA recently. Yo, Boogie with the Gamba time. We'll do it after this game. He's banned from participating in official tournaments. Not his account. He can still play on ladder and whatnot. Guy's 1 HP. I'm only level 12. Run the Zard ult away from my team. Okay. I lived at least. I'm dead to the burn damage. They're not doing it at least, but I shouldn't have died. Boogie, thank you for the tier 1 sub too. Much appreciated. Alright. Really struggling. We're gonna be staggered now. We need to go hit it. This Vino ult is back. We can't go for caps, we have to hit it. Hitman's really good at the game. Like, I have a lot of faith in him to do well for our team. It's as with any team, it's still gonna be, you know, a learning process between, you know, things he's comfortable with, things we're comfortable with, and just overall playing the game. And we don't have a lot of time, sadly. All right, let's do the Gamba though. All right, so we're gonna spin a wheel. Whatever the wheel lands on, that's what we're gonna bet on. But first we gotta do a coin flip. The inaugural deciding coin flip must be done. Alright, Boogie. Can we get a heads or a tails? Na, 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 na. Tails, okay. Unlucky. It's heads. Tails never fails except for when it does. Unfortunate. Okay, so now we're gonna spin the wheel. Oh! Okay, now this is an interesting one. We haven't gotten this one yet. So now with this one, we're gonna spin it again. but there's a Gamba inside the Gamba. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a random number between 1 and 100,000. And this is gonna decide the price for Gamba time going forward. So it could become really cheap or really expensive. But whatever we get is what we get. But the price is now going to be changing. It's like it didn't even change that much. It went down though. It got a little bit cheaper. So let me go and change that now. Got a bit of a discount. Channel points, rewards. Gamba time is now, boom, cheaper. Okay, and then now we spin again. We take those. Okay, this one, people, I know you guys get nervous about this one, so I'm gonna explain the rules very well. So, the way the Wikipedia one works is we're gonna look up a random Wikipedia article. Okay? We're gonna go to the first reference on the Wikipedia article. What you guys need to tell me is if that reference was created, not was a reference added to the article, but that reference itself, is it from the year 2000 and onwards or before the year 2000? Basically, is it old or is it new? Okay, and I'm saying it now, we're not going to be very, very specific. If the article is obviously referencing something giga old, then it's old. So we're determining if it's old or not old. Okay, so let me set the prediction up here. New, oops, old. Like, for example, if it's talking about like World War I, we're not gonna even look at the reference, okay? Like, that's obviously old. And if it's talking about like something that happened like the 2008 Olympics or whatever, that's obviously new. So just know that a lot more things have happened in the past than they have in in recent times, but newer things are documented better. So I don't know, I feel like it's a true 50-50. Risk it for the biscuit. We'll play like another game or two after this, guys, and then we're gonna do a tier list live as well. So if you guys want to get some snacks or stretch, or you're interested in watching me talk about the meta and the tier list, we're gonna do that after. Okay, submissions are closed. 58% of you voted that it's old. 42% of you voted that it's new. Yo, Virus with the gifted the Devits. You're at 200 on the dot. That looks clean. Okay. Random Wikipedia page. I'm gonna go random. Once I click this, it's gonna show us where we're landing, guys. Click. RAF Netashall is a former World War II airfield. How crazy that we actually got World War II and I was just talking about this. During the conflict, it was numbered Station 136 or the 8th Air Force between 1943 and 1945. This is old, right? This article, the reference itself is from 1985. So this is very clearly Olge. There's no doubt about it. Olge. Cool. It is kind of scary that it literally talked about World War II as I brought it up. Save your eggs for a rainy day. I'm liking the classical music though. Will tier list be a video? Probably be a video. But yeah, with us having a new top laner, guys, I expect you guys to welcome him with open arms. Hopefully, I think he wants to start streaming as well at some point, so you know, we want to support him. And yeah, I mean, we have a long road ahead of us for next season, but we're gonna do our best. I'm just glad that it didn't come down to us having to not play, because I was in a dark space for a bit. I'm not gonna lie. How do you decide what lane to go to? What's the difference? In solo queue, it doesn't really matter. I think the best way in solo queue is you want to spread out your resources on your lane. So, you know, you want to try to have one melee, one range in each lane, because you don't want to be stuck with having two melees in a lane. If you have defenders and supporters, like multiple of them, you want them to be spread out as well. Like say you have 3 damage dealers and then 1 supporter, 1 defender. You want the supporter and defender to be on opposite lanes so that they can support each individual lane. So yeah, I mean, this game, it doesn't really matter which lane I go to, because one of our lanes is gonna have a thing, as long as both our XP shares aren't in the same lane. If I saw the Wiggly going bottom, I'm like, okay, me and Wiggly can go bottom. I don't like that my Wiggly's just doing this without me, but I guess we're doing it now. They griefed that for sure. They have someone AFK. They have 2 people fighting in the jungle. They did have 2 people fighting in the jungle. Cinder and Ninja. Funny that's both Greninja and Cinder. Oh, low. Oh, my Cinder's stepping up here again. Nice. Sylph should have definitely body blocked that for his Greninja. Nice. I don't know what they're thinking. Glass has strafed it, but it's fine. At least my cap went through. That's like the easiest math you can do though, right? You have 7, the other guy has 20, the pad's at 27. It's like we can do that much mental math, right? They don't even do it. Don't even want to switch to beam here. I didn't need to die. Him dying there was a choice. Happy birthday, Bagel. Good job being born. You dodged it. Unfortunately, you were warned. Okay. In your emo phase right now? Kappa. Yeah, I feel like that yawn lasted 10 years. Jesus. Calm down, man. What's this guy's deal? Oh, ha, 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 ha. Oh no, I'm on coaching. My team is dead. This is the end of glory. Oh, I thought we had one person running down like our Wiggly, and I didn't think my blast was gonna die. Wiggly definitely doesn't need to be doing the Regio when everyone is fighting, right? But I should have just swapped to agility again. Nice. I think they mean well with these things, but it's too annoying. We cinder ulted that thing. The cinder is dead. We're gonna wiggly out surely. Ninja's coming back, right? Why is my guy hitting it? We don't even have Cinder ult. Their Cinder probably has ult, if anything. Why did we hit it? Why, man? We ruined such a good game by just flipping it for no reason. Oh my god, dude, I don't understand. Like, why does one person have so much power to ruin one individual game, man? The game should, like, someone should come down from the sky and pick my Cinderace up and be like, stop hitting the ray. Like, why is it that if my Cinderace is dead or AFK, we have a better chance of winning this game than what they did? Such a nice Mew game too, man. Remove Cinder and Greninja from solo queues so they're not on our teams. True. Should they buff Cinder or buff the players? I think no amount of Cinder buffs can change the Cinders from hitting the ray the way that they hit the ray sometimes. They either flip the ray or AFK to push the whole fight. Why is it that there's no in between? The Pokeball Oni. Thank you for the Prime, Oni. When do you think we'll get the next Mon leaks? Probably when the Gyarados patch lands. Either then or whenever the next test server is up are probably the next two opportunities for us to get leaks. Video about drafting next season? Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'll do it before the season next season starts. We have pretty normal comp this game. Wonder if I'll get Phalanx? I hope we do. It's a cool mon to get. How do you pin all the Pokemon? It's in the system settings if you just check around there. You know, like bro into 4 mages? Yeah, that's totally valid. Slow bro into multiple mages is not fun. League Passionless play tank. Play these. Best Miraidons are Pokemon Daemon? Yeah. I think that's definitely all but confirmed. I've seen a lot of hype around Phalanx, and I mean Tropius could still be a thing. Am I even stacking? I don't think I am. I'm not. I'm razor focus. I got the razor focus. There's no eject or passive on there, Meow. Damn, that just barely kills me. We'll get our Umbreon Evolute here. Got all the smalls, I got the big one. I think it's not strong enough right now to push there. I think we'll both die. Nice. If he was gyroable, I think that would have been scarier. Mash, definitely we can beat up. But I guess it's kind of scary playing gyro into Umbreon. See why you went Mash. You want Meganium? I want Feraligatr if we're gonna get another starter. Especially a Gen 2 starter. Damn, he didn't even aim his mash, he just tapped it. I think Gyarados fits in a comp. Needs XP, can't clear jungle. Yeah, I don't know, it's gonna be awkward. Maybe you clear jungle with an XP share support with it. Such an awkward level for Blaziken. Blaziken's level 7 is like true awkward phase. An awkward teenager. We need Mudkip. I think if it's on the topic of Swampert, Feraligatr, and Polion, Swampert's the one I want the least. Which sucks, because I think they're all three of them are really cool. I'm gonna farm top. I'm not even doing bot. Sucks that our support's not there with us. We're 4v4. I definitely just killed their whole team. Which pseudo should be next? Ooh, good question. I don't even know what pseudos are left. Salamence, Hydreigon. My Blazing build, I'm Razor, Focus, Weakness the same. I feel like I would like stacking, but I don't know. The laning is so weak. Surprised top wasn't dead already. I ejected the wrong. Am I dead? Get him. I really like the ice dragon guy that we got in Gen 9. What's his name again? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That guy's kind of cool. Excalibur? Yeah, I'd be down for him. He's kind of cool. My Gardevoir is backcapping. First you future sight, then you backcap. Then you get stopped. Then you ult, and then you die. Nice. Not only do we're just missing a person, but when they do decide to respawn, and it's right. Okay. Oh, why do individuals have so much weight on if you can win the game or not, man? Like, we just have to play 4v5 because our Gardevoir decided they wanted to back up? Oh no. How could the enemy team have stopped them? Nice. I don't know. Some people will just never learn, dude. There's no hope for some people, I think, to be honest. As a pro player, do I think I can still play DPS at a high level? I think I could, yeah. I think it would take some time to learn, but I definitely think I could. I'm too curious, I must know. Never mind, it's set to private and cannot be displayed. It's private, they know they're bad. True. The Clown Ultra Beast? Which one's the Clown Ultra Beast? Blacephalon. Isn't that like a jellyfish? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, which one's the jellyfish? Nihilego. Oh. I forgot. Our stone evolution's gonna work in Unite? They could just give them different leveling criteria. I mean, there is Pokemon in the game right now that have, like, we have Clefable. Isn't Clefable a Moonstone only evolution? That, like, those rules don't need to follow in Unite. Eevees evolve from stones? Yeah, Glace and Leaf, no. Don't Glace and Leaf also evolve from touching a rock or something? Do they actually evolve from stones as well? Now they do? Oh, is there an ice stone? I didn't, like, how does Glaceons work? Oh, there's an ice stone? I didn't know that. Hello, Big Papa. Hello. I double killed their top lane by doing good jungler rotation, but then my team gets double killed by their two laners without their jungler's rotation. Or permadying topside. Helm's going to their jungle. They must have done their red first. I will lose it to Talon. I'm not even try. I took damage from the Brave Bird even though I ejected. It hit me right before I ejected. Damn, I have like no damage. There's Zelf now. We got Flail Lax and Fire Punch Zard. Enemy team is throwing it right back though. Unfortunate. Could have given him the cap, especially if he's stacking. But I wanted my Unite charge. Okay, I'll take our blue, someone else can do my red. I'm passive. Don't expand on Talonflame. That's crazy. Go help my Lax with this so he can get down sooner or get up sooner. I'm gonna do it. We'll do the tier list after this game, yeah. Oh! If intentional, huge. Lax ult creates a wall and Talon ult gets stuck on walls, so crazy. Damn, I really get hit by that? On the edge. Sylveon's got rapid fire scarf muscle band, right? Sure, he's fine. change the music. I like the classical music though. Damn, I didn't think his eject would reach. Thought I didn't use mine. Thought I could just walk away in time. We're all dead, actually. At least their sword went to cap instead of hitting it. We have time, I think. The music's so annoying. I don't know, man. You can just leave, bro. Like, it's my stream. Like, it's annoying you. You may leave. You guys see what I mean when it comes to just how people on YouTube are. Like most YouTube chatters are chill, but where do some of these come from? Live that till we win. I don't know. I think the fight's just doomed when we run at into their jungle with flail wax and ult for nothing. Most YouTube chatters are a bit younger. It could be that. Could be that. Imagine being a YouTube chatter, yeah, imagine. Lol. You're not familiar with the dynamic of streaming? Yeah, but like, at the same time, I don't know, like, I feel like if it was my first time even watching a stream ever, I don't think I would go into someone's stream and be like, your music's annoying. I think I would just leave before I would open my mouth like that. I mean, maybe, I don't know. But at least ask nicely, I guess, yeah. Metagross any good, you just got him and you don't know how to play. He's not bad, but he's not going to be allowed in ranked after you get to Masters. If you go up here, it says EX licenses limited to 0 per team. That's because once you get to Masters, you can't, they have it limited. Let you know if someone's watching chatting first time? No, you don't get to see the first time chatter thing. I'm not even a classical music fan, to be honest. Like I'm not like a super fan. I just, from time to time, I like it. But, give me 1 second. Yeah, we're gonna work on our tier list now. Can I play Absol, play Absol. Just getting a drink. I have my water here. Ban him? Okay, we'll ban him. 10,000 calories an hour is a lot though, bro. Hide user on this channel. The shitty thing about getting banned on YouTube is you don't get to watch my YouTube videos then either. Because what it does is they get banned from the chat and they get banned from ever being able to see my content. And it's like, damn, man. Now you just don't get to watch content, which was free. Which Pokemon's the most perfectly balanced? I think Venusaur is pretty well balanced. Venusaur doesn't feel like a awfully broken Pokemon, but it feels good. I don't know if it's perfectly balanced though. I definitely don't think Venusaur needs any buffs, and I don't think it needs any nerfs either. So that might be a good example. Venus above average, maybe, but does average equal perfectly balanced? You know what I mean? Buzzwole is not balanced. Buzzwole is ridiculous. But I mean, like, I'm not saying, I don't think average is what like, the average balanced Pokemon isn't the perfectly balanced Pokemon, you know what I mean? Snorlax? Maybe I don't know, I feel like Snorlax could use some love though. They can watch the vids, it's not on the account. Yeah, but it's annoying to swap accounts. This is what all Pokemon should strive to be. I think Venusaur is I think the level that Venusaur is at, I think if all Pokemon were as strong as Venusaur, I think the game, like, it would feel like pretty normal. But that's a hard place to get to. What made Buzz so prominent? Felt like it sort of appeared out of nowhere. I think for a while people have been on Buzz, and it's just I don't know. It's only coming out. Like everything else around it also got nerfed, right? Yeah, Zacian and Mewtwo both being gone are important. But cool. All right. So I have something really fun planned today. Give me a second. One moment. Boom. Live from twitch.tv and YouTube. My name's Inder, and we're here. I don't know what we're gonna call this segment, guys. We need a name for it. We're here with talking about Pokemon Unite in a somewhat competitive way for 5 sacks, solo queues, and other ranked game modes as well. So instead of doing a normal tier list where we just get started with the tier list right away, I think it's important that we look at the pick rate and win rate for the last week in Pokemon Unite. So to no surprise, Clef and Umbreon, most popular characters in the game, they're in their respective roles. They do an insane amount of sustain for Clef. Umbreon's mean look is like nothing else in the game. It's completely broken. They're very tanky. They're very annoying Pokemon to deal with. And they also happen to shut down a lot of characters that also are popular in the game. They're both really good counters to Buzzwole. Zoroark, which is like a really strong character, struggles a lot into both of them, though, you know, there's some counterplay Zoro has into mean look Umbreon especially. But they're both just solid characters. Despite that, their win rate isn't actually that high, with Umbreon almost having a negative win rate, them both being really close to 50%. I think the reason for that, though, is even though I think both of these I would consider S tier characters, their pick rate being so high, it means that you're going to see a lot of people that might be, I don't want to say they use the word lower skilled, but you might see more people use it that are lower MMR, whereas the higher MMR players might be playing things just to play other things. And I think that might be driving the win rate down a little bit. Also, these characters, when you play in like a solo or duo or trio, but especially solo or duo, if your higher MMR player is playing these characters and your lower MMR player, say, is playing like Gardevoir in the jungle, and the other team, it's the other way around, their guard is their highest MMR and their clef is the lowest, or their support on anything else is the lowest, the clef and Umbreon are going to struggle more. It's harder to carry as these characters if you're the best player, or, you know, the highest rated player on your team, at least in my opinion. In certain drafts, definitely, but sometimes you can just get matched as a clef versus an enemy Blissey or something. And if the Blissey players, damage players perform better than the clef team's damage players, the Blissey's going to win a lot. That being said, I think some of the more interesting win rates, Serena being this high definitely is a little odd, but its play rate is pretty low. So, you know, that this can just happen during the start of seasons when people are climbing out of Ultra and whatnot. I'm not that surprised. Dodrio, though, I do think is a really cool Pokemon to see high up on the win rate. It makes a lot of sense. Recently, we saw characters like Gardevoir get buffed, Sylveon get buffed. Just a lot of range squishy characters are popular. Glaceon's around a lot. And Dodrio, while those range characters have somewhat decent matchups in a Dodrio, a good Dodrio player surrounded by a decent team is going to be able to, you know, destroy any of these really squishy range characters. So for once, it seemed like a nerf that we got that everyone was kind of hesitant on makes sense, right? In the patch before, we saw them nerf Dodrio's Drill Peck and its Unite move. And a lot of people were like, this is unfair. Dodrio shouldn't get nerfed. Zoroark should have got nerfed. But I think Dodrio is a lot more flexible of a speedster compared to Zoroark. Whereas Zoroark, there's a lot of hard counters to it. You might want to have like a support like Comfey to really make it work. I feel like Dodrio can work into almost any character in the game. There's only bad Dodrio matchups. But if you just run around and score, like Dodrio is actually one of the characters that can backcap in the late game, because you're so fast that you can get to the fight really quickly, and you can also abandon your score and still get some value, right? Like you can just do like a mini score. Oh, the fight's being broken out. I got to get there fast. So yeah, I mean, Dodrio's really, really solid character. I don't think it'll get nerfed again, so it's just going to be around in the meta for a while now. We'll see. Maybe they'll nerf Tri-Attack a little bit. Anything else we surprised about win rates? Dragapult, I think Dragapult, especially in like uncontrolled kind of games where people aren't necessarily playing to draft and to do their absolute best in terms of playing their compositions, I think Dragapult's really high, but I think Dragapult's just a good character in general. So I'm not that surprised to see it high. Eldegoss, I think it is a little high, like a little higher than expected, but this is just a solid mon. Eld gives you good pressure in the lane. It's got decent damage in team fights. It's got really good sustain. It's really tanky. It's just a solid character. Mew's win rate being high, definitely good to see. Candle's a Pokemon we want to talk about. Anything lower than we would have thought? Leafeon's one that's always lower than I think people rate it as. Like, I definitely wouldn't just look at win rates as a tier list, because I would much rather play with a Leafeon than a Sableye. I'd much rather have a Leafeon than, I would even say, a Mimikyu at times. So Mimikyu is a little different. I don't think Absol's a better speedster than Leafeon, though the win rate for Absol's higher. So yeah, some win rates I think are weird. I don't think Talon is the worst, like second worst speedster in the game. I mean, Gengar, T-Tar, Cinder all make sense. Comfey's, you know, broken, but it needs the right setup for it. Goodra has a lot of bad matchups, especially in the meta right now. So some of these make sense, other ones don't. But yeah, we'll evaluate all of them in our tier list as well. So let me open that up. Boom. So today's tier list, pretty standard. Just S through F. Maybe we'll remove a tier, maybe we'll add a tier. We'll see. In the tab here, we have Hoopa's Unbound from. I don't know why this tier list has this. Someone knows the maker of this tier list. Maybe I should reach out to them. But Hoopa's Unbound should not be on this tier list. It just makes things confusing. EX Pokemon are removed from ranked, and we know that they're going to be removed from competitive play for the first tournament as well. So we'll have them down here. And I have all the mons sorted by role. So if you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching it YouTube live or you want to come back to the video, you'll be able to scroll through and be like, oh, I want to see what he says about this Pokemon. Like, let's say Leafeon is your main. You want to know where Leafeon gets placed. You just go to the speedster part, and then you'll be able to find your particular main. So we'll get through every Pokemon. I'm gonna go in this order that I have here. So yeah, I leave Clef up here. I think Clef very easy. I think it's one of the best characters in the game. At the really high level, I think sometimes you can see people have like smart counterplay or ways to play around Clef, but even in the latest tournament, the LG tournament, we saw Clef had like an 80% win rate or something ridiculous. So yeah, this mon is turbo broken. It shuts down a lot of the meta with gravity. In games where gravity isn't like a good pick, Follow Me is completely fine as a move. It makes Clef tankier, gives Clef mobility, it gives Clef some CC. So yeah, this character is just way too consistently good, and I don't see it not being good unless it gets nerfed. And just before we talk about the other Pokemon, a little bit of a tangent on Clef, and I want to make a video specifically about this character in the future as well. But this Moonlight ability makes no sense to me. How it can have such a solid like 70% per half second ratio, so like 6 ticks basically per ally, right? I'm pretty sure it's 6 ticks, right? So it's 420% healing on its from its special attack, right? And then also you get to heal up to 5 people at a time. Like, so the potential for this is a 2100% ratio. Obviously it doesn't work out this way. It's not good to look at AoE moves like this, but it's just the amount of output that Moonlight does is way too high. And then you also get longer Moonlight, so more healing and bigger AoE at level 10, which you're always going to hit. Like, this character is really problematic for the game. But cool. Let's rate all the healing supports next, just because they're easier to talk about beside Clef. I think Blissey is solid. I don't know if I would say Blissey is like an S tier character, but in terms of healing output, I think it's right up there with Clef. Gravity is definitely not, or Egg Bomb's not as disruptive as Gravity. And Blissey's value, I feel like, goes up when Hoopa's value goes up, because Egg Bomb is a way to get a portal interrupt from the support role, which it's kind of hard to get from these mons usually, at least a consistent one. And I think Hoopa's dropping in value, so I mean we can talk about Hoopa next as well. But yeah, I mean I think it's still, the mon is still solid. I'm gonna give Hoopa A tier. I think some people might give it B, others might rate it S. I feel like some people are sleeping on Hoopa. It's definitely hard to make work. Like you need good good discipline around your macro to really make this character work. And another reason why we might not see as much Hoopa is just because Hoopa's really good with like tanky, bulky characters that you can constantly reset. But with like Lapras getting nerfed, like that's another Pokemon that's out of that contention. Clef is a support that you're competing with. There's a lot of dive characters that are really popular. There's a lot of poke damage, a lot of long range damage. Like Hoopa is just kind of awkward into those setups, but I still think it's a solid character. The tier list I'm making, it's centered around competitive, but I'm not going to completely discount how solo queue works as well. It's just the overall tier list. It's completely overall. Eld, I think all, oh, that's Sableye. I think all of these mons kind of exist in a like, I think they're equally as valuable. It just depends on your team comp. Like I think the support role outside of Clef is pretty well rounded and pretty balanced. I'll put Comfy up here as well, and maybe this is like the order. I think this is the order I would personally have them in. With Eld being like slightly better and this being the way. I think some people might value Blissey higher. But I'm a believer in Eld. And then these last three supporters, they're like supporters, but they support in different kinds of ways. Like Sableye, I think you could definitely make it work, but it's really situational. I think situational characters can never be like really higher than B. So C is probably appropriate. Maybe I'd move it down to D. But we'll see how the tier list works out. I'll leave him at C for now. Wiggly, I definitely think is playable. I don't know. It's competing in the defender role, and there's a lot of really strong defenders right now. So it's hard to really give Wiggly the A tier, but I could definitely see it being fine here in B. Problem with Wiggly is that Umbreon is like a really annoying counter to it. It's not like 100-0 where if you have Wiggly, the other team has Umbreon, it's over. But it is really annoying just because Wiggly's Unite move is give shield and Umbreon's Unite move is take shield. And then Mr. Mime, this is where I feel like a little conflicted because I don't think Mime is good, but I don't think it's better than Wiggly. Yeah, I would say they're probably around the same. I would put them in the same tier. I think Mime is a character that's a little bit slept on, but similar to Wiggly, it's competing in the role for defender a lot of times. And there's just so many good defenders that you don't see it picked. But that being said, I think the character itself is not that weak. But yeah, this rounds out the support list. I think I feel pretty, this seems pretty reasonable. Feel pretty happy with this. And then when you're talking about supports, it's easy to just loop in defenders at the same time. So natural transition to go here. Umbreon, very clearly S tier. I think this character's kit is just, what were they thinking when they designed it, right? Like they've nerfed this mon several times. But mostly those nerfs have been to Foul Play and Snarl. Right now, Mean Look plus Wish are just really, really, really crazy characters to work with. Like, if you go Mean Look Wish as a defender and you have another supporter, suddenly you have two sources of sustain on your team. You have the best initiating tool in the game. You counter the enemy team's counter engage with your Unite move. So say the enemy team has like a Blissey, right? That they're gonna Blissey ult the guy you Mean Look so the guy doesn't die. Well, Umbreon's Unite takes the Blissey's ult shield away, takes the buddy barriers away, stuns everyone, does a lot of damage. It's really tanky. Yeah, I don't know. I think comfortably I can say anything that goes in S plus is deserving of nerfs. Because they're too broken, and I don't think they'll ever be contested from the top role in the meta unless something insane changes about the game or they get nerfed. Blastoise, I think Blastoise is really, really, really good. I don't know if I want to put in the same tier as Clef and Umbreon. It could honestly be S plus, but I think it's a good start to put it at S. The Blastoise really comfortably can play a lot of different roles. You can play the defender. You can play it like an all-rounder. Both of the builds definitely have some playability as well. And it's kind of hard to lose your lane as Blastoise. And Blastoise is really good late game. So it's just a solid character to have on your team. Water Gun's a really good secure. You upgrade that into Hydro Pump. Surf plus Hydro Pump into a wall especially is some of the like strongest CC from an individual character. And this character does an insane amount of damage. Like, did you guys know Blastoise, his Surf, the ratio on it is crazy. Like, look at this. It always does 800 damage flatline, but then it also takes a portion of your special attack as well. And 1100 damage from a defender at level 7, like that's crazy. Because it's a special attacker, it gets to use Spoon, so its damage isn't mitigated by defenses as hard as other like physical characters might be. But yeah, like 1100 damage nuke on a CC ability plus 500 x3, so 1500 on Hydro Pump. I mean, I guess it's like more like 1300 pre-11. But still, like, this is just too much damage for a defender. Too much damage plus too much CC. I don't think Blastus has ever really been bad, but it's definitely shining now, especially since they made it evolute at level 7. This is a huge buff for this character. So yeah, I definitely think it's S tier. Crustle, this is probably my first hot take of the day, but I think it's only a hot take within like the broader community. I think people in competitive have caught on to this character being broken, but Crustle is absolutely demonic of a character. The only thing holding it back from being S plus, in my opinion, is the existence of Umbreon. But other than that, like, Crustle's Rock Tomb stops so many of the popular characters in the game. It pretty much counters every evolution, and you know, we're kind of in like an EV meta where all the EVs are really popular. It counters a lot of the EVs, like Hyper Voice Sylve especially, both Glaceon forms, but primarily Icicle Spears, which is more popular. Definitely both Espeon builds. You just have a long range slow that you can activate and trap people with the wall. And then X Scissor for a defender, again, like same thing as Blastoise, but if we compare their level 6 stats, even though you get a level compare their level 7 stats, even though you get X Scissor at 6, like you just do almost like 500%. Like this is about as much damage. This is more damage than Hydro Pump by a lot. More damage than the Surf. You hit someone into a wall, you end up stunning them for 1.5 seconds, and you make your own wall to combo off of it here, and it's a 60% slow. Not to mention, Crustle's a defender. Your job is to defend pads. You throw a Rock Tomb out, it stops your cap. You can cancel the wall early, and despawning your barrier also deals an instance of damage. Not a lot of it, but despawning your barrier is another way to stop scores, because you just have to do a little bit of damage to them. You couple that with Crustle's passive Sturdy, and he just gets an insane amount of defense as he gets low. And the thing about defense as you get low on Crustle is this is based on your HP bar, not like this is based on your health, not your total bar including shields. So when Crustle gets really low HP, like around 20% HP, and he gets like almost maxed out Sturdy stacks, and then he Unite moves, his Unite move also gives him a massive, you know, what, like 80% max HP shield plus 600. The defense calculation is based on Crustle's like red HP bar, and then he gets a shield that also gets the defense buff on it, making him pretty much unkillable, while he's also doing massive damage. And they released, you know, this new item, the Resonant Guard, which gives him even more shields, and he can shield his allies. Like, the character is just definitely giga broken. And the only thing I think holding it back from being, like, borderline the best character in the game is, in my opinion, Umbreon. Because Umbreon's Unite move, like I talked about, it steals the shield, which completely nullifies Crustle's tankiness in the late game. And that, it's not a huge deal. Like, Crustle's still a good character, but because of Umbreon's existence, Crustle's kind of held back. Which means that if you're playing solo queue right now, and you just one-trick Crustle, you're not going to have Umbreon in all of the games against you, but you get to play a really broken character. Even if you're just XP share, this mon is broken. Cool. Moving on the other defenders. Talking about a really broken character, here's a character that I just don't think is good at all. Goodra. Like, I think a lot of people really rate this mon highly. I think I saw Spragos did a community tier list, and the community voted this mon being like A or S tier or something. But Goodra's awful, guys. Like, the thing about Goodra is it's a noob trap. You have to think of it this way, like, yes, Goodra's really tanky, but it's only really tanky if you fight it. And can Goodra forcibly fight you? I mean, it has Power Whip, but not really. What do you do when the Goodra starts running at you and you walk backwards, right? And plus, if the Goodra has a bad early game, late game, unless this character is like over leveled, it really isn't even tanky anymore. So yeah, if you want to talk about damage farming or stat farming characters, Gudra is one of the best at it. Really, it'll have a lot of recovery, it'll have a lot of damage shaken, and it'll deal a decent amount of damage, but all the damage it does is pretty meaningless. The character is also countered by a lot of the popular metamons. It's not great into Blastoise. It gets kited really hard by Crustle. Buzz, who we have yet to talk about, it completely demolishes it as well. I don't know why people are so high on Gutra. It's really not. This character needs some buffs or something if it wants to be viable, or it needs to see all the meta shift around it. But yeah, not a good mon. Gradient, sad time to be a Gradient main. It's just stat checked by everything in the game. It's like you get one mean look on it and everything that Gradient does is like completely nullified. If you want a character that runs around and scores, Sableye or Dodrio, much better at it. But like Gudra, Gradient's just really good at making stats. It's not it's just a sad character. Sad mon. Trevenant. I think Tree is one of the defenders that is really good, but it's a defender that requires some help. Whereas Crustle is kind of independent. Like Crustle can make a lot of lanes work because it has Rock Slide in the beginning, right? So if you wanna know what the difference between these mons is, what the site I'm using is Unite DB, by the way, if you don't know. But Crustle gets a early game stun and an early game nuke. That's pretty solid. 1 damage instance. And it's almost equally as tanky. Tree's obviously got a lot more regeneration, so it's tankier from that aspect, but they're both tanky. Crustle evolves at level 4 instead of level 5. So you get your higher stat bonus when you evolve earlier. Tree, though, you need level 5 to really get to your final form. In the early game, you have Will-O-Wisp, which is reasonable damage. Like it is good damage, but it's damage over time, which is harder to make work as a last hit in the early game. Branch Poke, decent damage again, but it's nothing compared to Crustle. And then you also have to wait till level 5 to evolute. So you do want a strong laner with this, or you're gonna be kind of forgiving your early game. That being said, I still think Tree's an A tier mon. I think it's solid. Lapras. This is a kind of hard character to rate. Truthfully, I could be wrong on my Lapras placement, but based on how little I've seen it and the amount that I've played, I do think it's kind of middle of the road. My mind tells me that Wiggly and Mime are better than Lapras, but Lapras is better than Gutra. So C tier feels pretty appropriate. Now, if you're used to Lapras being like an S+ tier mon, it's not, you're not wrong. This character used to be very strong, but it's just been getting nerfed over and over again. And one of the biggest things about Lapras used to be the cooldown on its Unite move. It used to have an 89-second Unite move. The only defender, as far as I remember, having an 89-second Unite move cooldown. And when this got buffed to 100, I feel like you could really feel the difference. Lapras went from being able to Unite pretty much at any point during the game to now you have to be a little bit conservative with it. Used to be able to have a true combo that pretty much one-shot off Lapras Unite knock-up into Ice Beam and then triple Perish Song, or even just Water Pulse. But they nerfed the damage on Ice Beam. They nerfed the damage on Water Pulse, and Perish Song has been nerfed a lot. In the past, Lapras used to have 3% max HP per tick, so 9% on their boosted. That got nerfed to 2, total 6. The character is just in a much healthier place, which does mean that it is a little bit underpowered compared to the other defenders. Slowbro, this is a tough one to rate again. I do know it's definitely better than Lapras. I think I'd probably give Slowbro A tier. I think it's hard for this character to not always be highly tiered, just because of how powerful the Unite move is. It's still giga tanky. It's definitely not S tier. The reason why it's not S tier is because of all these special attackers that are really popular. Chandelure for one, or Giga hard counters it with Imprison. Just being able to burst it down before it can even get its amnesia off. But Gardevoir, Hyper Voice, Sylveon, even Espeon and Glaceon, especially Glaceon, to an extent even Inteleon, like a lot of these special attackers just completely destroy Slowbro. And with Focus Band, you know, getting the nerfs that it has over the last year or so, plus anti-healing coming out, making Focus Band even worse, I think it makes it really tough for Slowbro to survive. In fact, like, I don't even think people really run Focus on Slowbro anymore. They're playing Guard Spoon generally. But yeah, the Mon needs some... It's never gonna be S plus tier without buffs, in my opinion, or nerfs to every special attacker in the game, but it'll never be bad. Like, it can always get its Unite move off. If you have Eject, you know, you can play Patient. You can Slowbro Unite the enemy tank a lot of times if your team has more damage than the other team and you can kill them. If you're ever trying to flip Rayquaza, Slowbro gets to just shut down one of those people that's trying to. Wait, where'd it go? Guys, how do you recover a closed tab? I think I closed it by accident. How to recover closed tab. Control Shift T. That didn't do it. Go to history. I mean, I can just go back to the page, I guess. The annoying thing is this gets refreshed down here. Oh, well, it's fine. But okay. Yeah, so Slowbro's A tier. Let's move the defenders together. Sorry about that. I think it's just these two left, right? Snorlax and Mamo. I think Lax is pretty average. Snorlax isn't the... Snorlax doesn't have like a lot going for it, but it's a strong early game laner. It's fine. It's not flashy at all. Yawn is pretty good to set up. A lot of the long range nukes that have become popular. Block is still good. But like, kind of like how I talked about Blissey, Snorlax's value kind of is dependent on Hoopa's value as well, because Snorlax is a pretty adequate counter to Hoopa. But if Hoopa's not played a lot, then you might not see Lax be played a lot. And then Mamo, I don't think it's Gutra tier bad, but like Lax, I think it's like good in the early game. It's kind of awkward later on. And then all these other defenders are just so good that it's kind of hard to justify Mamo's pick. But cool. Let's move on to the next role. I think we said we were going to do speedsters next, right? So let's grab all the speedsters. And we're going to grab one that has a purple background, because Scyther is pretty much a speedster. It's built like a speedster, has the stats of a speedster. It's a speedster. That looks like all of them. Cool. So let's talk about Dodrio. We talked about Dodrio when we were looking at its win rate. I don't know if I want to put this S or A tier. I really believe in this character, but I think these mons are just so strong that I don't know if I could put Dodrio in the S tier. A tier though, I think it's solid. You definitely need for Dodrio to shine, there to not be like an overwhelming amount of CC on the other team. But even if there is a lot of CC for Dodrio, it can end up playing tri-attack agility, tri-attack jump kick, just play around the map. Mean look, definitely really bad for Dodrio, hurts Dodrio a lot. But even into Umbreon, I think Dodrio can just play like back up around the map, play sneaky, and wait out the things like Mean Look. And it depends on the rest of the composition as well. But I think it's a good character. I do think it's a solid A tier mon. Maybe at the top of the A tier. In contrast, though, I think Gengar is awful. Like, I don't know. I see a lot of people that are like, okay, but in this situation, Gengar would be so good. Like, no. Gengar's early game is just so god awful. You ever fall behind on this character, the game's over. Your Unite move doesn't help you at all in the late game for taking big team fights. Like its Unite move is just awkward to make work well. Its passive isn't as good as the other speedsters. Like a lot of speedsters have broken things about their passives, right? Whether it's Dodrio's like speed gauge and scoring mechanic, it's Zoro's illusion to iframe stuff. You know, Meow and Leafeon have broken passives, and Gengar is just whatever. He just walks a little fast. And even in solo queue, like this character needs to jungle because its laning phase is awful. Its first gank is very hit or miss. If your first gank doesn't go well, you're going to be turbo behind. You want to stack on him, but it's hard to get stacked on him. Like, just remember, general rule of thumb, this doesn't only apply to Pokemon Unite, but just MOBAs as a whole, is there's some damage characters that can only excel when they have a lead on their opponent, right? Whether it's an experience lead in Pokemon Unite or an item lead in like League of Legends or Dota or whatever it might be. Some mons need to be higher level or stronger on paper compared to their opponents. And the ones that are good are the ones that are strong when ahead, but have tools to get ahead, right? And they have tools to deal with when they get behind. Dodrio, you get behind, doesn't matter. You go and you Unite move a squishy character, they're gonna die. Like, especially if you see like a Gardevoir use eject, you're 2 levels down the guard, you can ult the guard, boom. Suddenly you're getting a kill, you're back in the game. Gengar, you ever fall behind his Gengar and you try to Unite move in his Gengar, like, you're not going to be able to pull off a kill. Like, first of all, like, everyone, like, any reasonable player is going to see the Gengar thing come up. They're going to be protecting their allies. A lot of it's damage can get body blocked if you're playing Dream Eater or Shadow Ball. If you're playing Hex, there's things like full heal that people can select against you. Gengar sucks. Zoro, on the other hand, I think Zoro's solid. I want to give it the same tier as Dodrio because this mon is truly broken, and we'll put it beside Comfy because these two characters together definitely are insane, but it is a hard meta to be Zoroark. Clefable Umbreon obviously shut it down really hard, but there's a lot of attackers that are solid into it. Slowbro's a hard counter to this character. It's not easy to play into Crustle. Definitely not easy to play into Wiggly. Like, all the defenders in the game, naturally good into Zoro, but even the supporters now are really good. Not much to talk about it, though. I do think this character, without receiving any buffs or nerfs, could instantly be an S tier character. We would just need to see all the higher rated mons receive some nerfs. Scyther, I don't think this character is great. I don't think it's Gengar Gradient tier, but I do think it sits around Gudra tier. It's a speedster. It's a speedster that feels like it should be good, but I don't know. All the other speedsters just do its job a little bit better. I do think like there's certain players that can make this character work, and it could definitely be higher in the hands of those types of players, but evaluating like all the characters relative to one another, I definitely think Scyther is just a lot weaker. Ever since the range got nerfed on its Unite move, it's just hard to get going on this mon. Yeah, and definitely this character needs to have a lead. Better job at getting ahead than Gengar, because your Unite move can definitely get you some picks. But yeah, I don't know. I think it struggles. Give Zeraora a similar rating. Maybe I'll put it a little bit above Scyther. Yeah, I don't know. It's just Zera feels too. It doesn't feel like it has like a big enough oomph. You know what I mean? Like Dodrio's oomph is that he Unite moves. Boom, big knock up, maximum speed gauge. All of its moves are unlocked. It's going crazy. You know, you look at Crussell's oomph. You know, X's are just massive damage, big stuns. All these characters have like an oomph factor to them, right? All of them, right? Big Clef unites, gravity makes an oomph. But Zera just, I don't know. It just feels like it's it just feels generic in a weird way almost. Like, I don't know, it just needs some buffs, I think. I think it could be a little bit higher, but I think only because in solo queue and like uncoordinated games, you see Zeras get away with a lot more than they should. Volt Switch in reality is a move that without full heal up can get really, really countered really easily. Because the moment you try to take your Volt Switch back, if during that Volt Switch or any point in between, you receive any type of stun, any kind of knockup, anything that's disruptive, it'll cancel your Volt Switch and put you right where that stun occurred to you. So, I don't know, like you could Volt Switch in and there's just, you get drill packed. I mean, you're probably not playing that into Dodrio, but any of the tree stuns, things like Crustle, Blastoise, it's awful into gravity. Mean Look will stop you. Wiggly's awful. Like, it just has such a bad matchup into things that are strong. So no, I'm not a big believer on Zera. Leafeon, on the other hand, I think this character is solid. I think it's borderline S, maybe A. I think it depends on a lot of factors. But I think I could give this an S tier. The thing about Leafeon is you can argue that when the game gets really competitive and the players all are playing like the full like meta mind games, that Leafeon might get lower in rank. But for like 99% of the games, all Leafeon players need to do is start in the jungle, clear the Xatu, go do the red buff, and then walk to a lane. You walk to either lane, you have Solar Blade at level 4. It's by far the best secure move that you can ask for at level 4. And you're instantly winning your team that lane, if not getting a kill right away. In solo queue, 50% of the time, you're just instantly killing a lane. Because you're going to have max charge Solar Blade, which at level 4 is 1700 damage. There's nothing in the game that does this much damage at level 4. And because of your passive, you get it max charged instantly at level 4, which is an insanely early part of the game because you can just do one buff and be online at that point. And then on top of that, you have a Unite move combo with your Leaf Blade, Solar Blade that can one-shot anyone. Your Leaf Blade farms your charge for you to be able to do the damage. Yeah, I don't know. Leafeon's crazy. That being said, I think once everyone's like really on point though, and the games get more and more competitive, I think I could see Leafeon's value dropping a little bit. But for now, I think it's easy S tier. Meowscarada, I think it's right here in this tier. I definitely don't think it's a bad character, but it does have some counterplay that makes it really annoying to deal with. And if those things get changed and are fixed, I think Meowscarada is easily A, maybe even S tier. But right now, Meowscarada's Flower Trick gets cleansed by any of the full heal mechanics in the game, which includes Zoroark's Illusion, but also just includes full heal. So its main damage nuke can be mitigated by full heal, which is pretty unheard of for most speedsters, right? Like imagine you could full heal and not get hit by Solar Blade. Or any other speedster. It's crazy, right? But yeah, Flower Trick gets removed by full heal, and also for whatever reason, Flower Trick can't be detonated in gravity. So I don't know what that's about. On top of that, Meowscarada needs level 6 to really come online, whereas Leafeon comes online at level 4. But its passive is completely nuts. So I think this is a really good speedster. The better people get at it, I think it could definitely deserve an A tier. But right now where we're at, I think it's a really good B tier speedster. And then I think Talon's a perfect mon to put in the C tier, just because now we have like one speedster in each tier. And I think I definitely feel this way. I think Leafeon more valuable than Dodrio, who's more valuable than Zoro, Zoro's slightly more valuable than Meow, but Meow could overtake Zoro in a lot of drafts. And then I think Talon is really strong. Maybe doesn't have the best situations like Meow might, but honestly, like I could see even Talon being C tier or B tier. Honestly, maybe I do put Talon here. No, because I want one in each. I think I like the way it looks. And I want to put Absol in the D tier. I thought about putting Absol in C tier, but what do we think looks better? Do you think this looks better? Talon B, Absol C, or Talon C, Absol D? I don't know. Talon C, Absol D. Absol's hard to be? No. So the thing about Absol, right, is you do a lot of damage, yes, but you're gambling every time you're playing Absol, right? If your pursuit auto doesn't crit, this isn't that great of a damaging move, right? Your pursuit auto has to crit for you to do the same amount of damage a Leafeon does at level 4, and which you have to be level 5 for. And Leafeon gets to do it from the comfort from the backline, whereas Absol has to get into melee range to use it. Now, here's the other thing that almost no one in solo queue does for whatever reason, but Absol's damage is empowered on pursuit if it hits the back. If you're running away from an Absol and turn around when it comes to auto attack you, and it doesn't get its backstab damage, it's doing half the damage it normally would. And if it doesn't crit and hits you from the front, this mon does 0 damage. So, no, sure, you can say in solo queue, if I was making a purely solo queue tier list, maybe I'd rate Absol a little bit higher. But if you're playing against people that have brains and aren't fully running it down every game, Absol has a lot, like everything Absol does relies on your opponent not understanding how Absol works, okay? Pursuit Sucker Punch is probably its best build. Pursuit can get tanked from the front. Sucker Punch doesn't get activated if you don't get hit during your Sucker Punch. And its Unite move, if your allies stand inside it like inside and tank it with you, does a lot less damage. Because this spreads the damage across all the people that are getting hit by it. So no, Absol is really easy to play around as long as you're trying to play around it. Sure, if you're playing in solo queue and as the Absol player, you get to go and jump and kill their underleveled mons over and over again, and then you get to generate a lead and you dominate the game from there, then yeah, this mon's gonna feel like it's really good. But you have to imagine like this tier list is being comprised in a way where all 10 players in the game are trying their best to win. And in solo queue, that's not the case. I think this is what we would expect, something better in solo queue if the players were better as well. But yeah, this is my list. Again, if you think Absol is higher and it's the best character in the game, keep playing it. You know, don't let me stop you. Cool. All right, so that wraps up the speedsters. We're not forgetting anyone, right? No. Cool. Let's move on to all-rounders. This is definitely probably the most varied list, where I think you're going to see mons spread out. I guess speedsters are pretty varied as well. But easiest one to start with is Buzzwole. I'm going to give Buzz the S+ tier. And that's even despite Buzz being countered by the other 2 Pokemon in the S+ tier. It's just the character has the kit that Buzzwole has is too well-rounded for it to not be successful. And I like some of the changes that they've done. In the past, your muscle gauge, which is a big mechanic of Buzzwole and how he does a lot of his damage, didn't get charged from wild Pokemon. So it's really hard for you to build your muscle gauge. But ever since they made his muscle gauge really easy to get stacked up, his early game has become so much better. And if Buzz gets a good start, gets some good stacks, you can just combo down people. Buzz is really, really good at taking advantage of frontliners. Like, it takes advantage of a lot of different things in the game, right? But Buzz especially is really good into like frontliney kind of Pokemon that don't have a lot of stuns, right? You open up on like a Goodra, the Goodra's just gonna get, he's just gonna get comboed by you the whole, like, he's gonna get true comboed by you and die before he can get any of his moves off. Same thing with like Lapras. Same thing with a lot of other all-rounders in the game, like Azumarill, obviously Scissor, but anything in the game, like, they're just gonna get full comboed by him, and unless they have a way to go unstoppable, they're not gonna be able to stop it. And his early game is not bad. What I wanted to show you guys, why I pulled up Buzz's page here, is Felstringer. So this move, you might look at it and be like, oh, it doesn't do that much damage, but it does more damage depending on how much muscle gauge you have, which, to be honest, I don't even know exactly what that would look like. Damage dealt by this move increases by each muscle gauge increment consumed at a rate of 12.5%. So I think if your muscle gauge is full, you're probably doing like double damage or something. Or x6. So 12.5 times 6. So yeah, you're almost doing double damage, 75% more on your Felstringer. So just because we've been using the same numbers in the early game as like reference, right? It'd be times 1.75. It's an 1100 damage nuke, which is really, really good at securing in the early game. Obviously, there's some counterplay to it, but the moment Buzzwole gets 5, that counterplay kind of starts to go away. Because whereas you could tank, you can tank Felstringer for your team, you can't really tank Superpower. If you go and step in, take the Superpower, the initial damage is hardly what you're worried about. It's the slam damage that really does the majority of it. Plus it does, 1.75 damage if you're fully charged. Eric Snyder, thank you for the gifted and the $5 super chat. Gyarados comes out, I think, January 25th. So probably like 24 hours from now, if I had to guess. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, though. Okay, cool. Let's talk about the rest of the all-rounders. Buzzwole is giga broken. It's time to start rating some of these other ones. This is probably another slightly hot take, but I think the ACL, the Asia League players, are definitely right in that Dragonite is a character that people should respect. We see it get picked in Japan and in the eastern region of the world, but for whatever reason, people in the West aren't playing this mon that much. Even I lost a tournament game to D9 not that long ago. And Hyper Beam is still a really good secure move. If it gets ahead at all, it's way too tanky to bring down. If you ever have any kind of lead in any team fight, you can instantly shred an objective. I think it's a very, very solid character and should probably see more play than it does. But that doesn't mean I think it's like an A or a B tier mon. I just think it's a solid character overall. Flipping like dogs not as respected in EU and US. That's not true. People love to flip like dogs here. It's a counter pick to D-Knight. A lot of the long range characters, so like Inteleon, Venusaur, D-Knight can't auto attack these characters from range. It steps up to auto someone else. It gets sniped. It loses half its HP. It's not really good. Clefable, actually, funny enough, is a pretty hard counter to Dragon Dance. Makes it really hard for D-Knight to get some value. Buzzwole kind of can go infinite on D-Knight as well. D-Knight steps up because it's kind of this mid-range character. It'll be in range of Buzz to get super comboed. So the metamons really don't favor D-Knight very well, but the character itself, I think, can be picked in some situations. Garchomp, definitely noticeably worse in my opinion compared to Dragonite. I don't think it's as bad as these two tiers down here. Like I feel like Garchomp's never gonna be a character that's awful, but because it's a melee damage dealer that excels at a close range, and it can only really go in, like it's not a character that can go in and out. Once it goes in, it's in. Because of that, I think it'll never be like an S plus tier mon unless it gets buffs. But I mean, you leave this character alone and he can go crazy. In the right circumstances, Garchomp definitely goes nuts. And its early game definitely isn't as bad as some people make it look like. Because we've definitely seen people that are Gibbles for like 3-4 minutes, Gabites that get stuck at level 8 for the whole game. I think why you see Garchomp players struggle so much in solo queue is because bad players like to play Garchomp, and not that Garchomp is as bad as it looks. That being said, Machamp is sad of a character. I don't know if I can put it F tier, but I'm really tempted to put it down here. Like, I guess it can't be F because its level 1 through 4 is not as bad as these two, especially Gengar's. But its Unite move is just so underwhelming compared to a lot of the other characters that exist. But if you play it as the quarterback, it's definitely S tier, S plus. So I guess we'll put it in the D tier. Garchomp, I'm willing to put right beside, or T-Tar, I'm willing to put right beside Chomp. These characters suck in the early game. If you get to the late game, they're really broken. Especially T-Tar, if you can survive to the late game, it's really broken, but you have to invest into it, and it needs help from outside resources. So not great. Serena, I've been playing some Serena, and I think this character is not that bad, but it's just, remember what I said about some speedsters, that these types of characters are good when ahead, but they don't have a lot of resources to get themselves ahead. And Serena's problem, really, honestly, is that its levels 1 through 6 are just so god-awfully bad. Like, yeah, you get your stomp at level 5, but it's really your level 6 once you're fully evoluted and you get your passive. Serena's passive is really what makes it broken. And not getting access to Queenly Majesty until level 6 makes it so that you lose your early game so hard, and characters can kind of just run away with the game from there. I think if it got its passive at level 1 and its passive worked on its other moves, this character would be borderline broken. So yeah, I don't know. I want to see potential in Serena, and maybe I'm willing to put it. Maybe I'm not willing to put it this low. I could put it in the C tier, or maybe at the top of D tier. But I do think it's noticeably worse compared to these two. Like even Larvitar's early game is better than the Steenie thing or whatever the early game is. Zard, I don't know. I feel like Charizard's like middle of the road C tier. This is another character I think people are like slightly, like ever so slightly sleeping on. Only because Charizard into the evolutions has like a really interesting kind of matchup where, yeah, the Zard ult is really annoying into the evolutions passives, but if the evolution passives are out, Charizard kind of just runs them over. He doesn't die, and he can kill them all. You have to jungle with it though, and it does need some scaling and needs a lot of farm to make work. And I'm not saying it's like it's slept on and it's a hidden S tier character. I just think some people might rate it F tier, and I think it's not as bad as people rate it. Yeah, the level 7 buff I think is what made me be a little bit higher on Zard, for sure. All right, Metagross. This is a character I struggle with rating, because this definitely was one of the best Pokemon in the game once it got that buff. But ever since the nerfs were handed out to Gyro Ball and then Magnet Rise, like it definitely feels noticeably weaker. And it gets kind of messed up pretty hard by Buzzwole. But I think despite that, I still think it's an A tier mon. It's got a decent matchup into most of the speedsters in the game. Its early game is not great, but it's not the worst. And at level 5, it's a fine character on the map at that point. So yeah, I think I'm good to put it in A tier. Aegislash, another really weird character to rate. I feel like we don't see a lot of this mon. I do think it's noticeably better than Serena and Champ. And there's definitely some scenarios where it feels like Aegislash is impossible to deal with. But I don't think it's that great. I think it needs a lot of help, like a lot of the other mons. It struggles with getting ahead. When it gets behind, its Unite move is especially kind of bad. Because at that point, all it does is secure objectives. But if you're so behind, you can't even get to the objectives. Then it's kind of troublesome. But into the right kind of matchups, the right kind of like, you know, if the enemy team is like double speedsters, like maybe like Leafeon, maybe like Meowscarada or something like that, or Leafeon Dodrio, and the Sword team didn't get completely annihilated in the early game, it can be really hard for double melee teams to take down Sword. Or even if they're like one speedster, one all-rounder that's not Buzz, Aegislash can get really, really, really tanky in those spots. But it's early game and mid game, both are pretty bad. Its Unite move's kind of underwhelming. So I think it struggles. Sword's good versus Buzzwole? No. I think some people might see the wide guard interaction and feel like it's not bad into Buzz, but you know, the moment Buzz turns level 5, like it's gonna completely eat the sword away. And if the Sword's ever caught in sword form, Buzz is it's just dead to Buzz. If they're on an even footing, maybe the Sword can do all right, but Sword's never gonna be on par with Buzz. But yeah, let's move on. Blaziken. This is a mon that I really wanted to see in the A tier, but the more I've played with and against it, I don't think it's good enough to be in the A tier. Like, all of these characters look like, on paper, I feel like they outshine Blaziken. But Blaziken's not bad, right? It's early game. Torchic is pretty awful. Torchic's really, really bad. And it has like an awkward phase, like level 5 through 7. But the moment this character is online at level 8, it puts a lot of pressure on the enemy team. I think maybe if we see things like Clef and Umbreon get nerfed, I mean, Blaziken also is just hard countered by the first 5 Pokemon in this tier list, right? It's awful into Clef, Umbreon, Buzz, Blast, Crustle. So yeah, maybe if these characters all get nerfed, Blaze could be an A tier character. But until then, it's just, its early game isn't strong enough, and late game it gets too countered by the meta mons, and it's not even like spectacular to begin with. Alright, Mimikyu. When Mimikyu first got its player off buffs, we definitely thought this character was ridiculously overtuned. And I think it kind of was. But I don't think it was as good necessarily as we might have thought it was. And I definitely think it might have been a little overrated when it was good. And then after it got its nerfs, I definitely feel like it's kind of overrated. I want to put it in the C tier, but if I put it in the C tier, I'm saying I think Dragonite's a better character than Mimikyu. Do I agree with that personally? I think I do. Honestly, I think I do. I think the better players are, kind of like how I talked about with Absol, the better people get at the game, the easier it is to play around Mimikyu, right? Mimikyu's niche, its entire character pretty much revolves around its Shadow Sneak, right? Its Shadow Sneak, it tags the first person it hits. You can activate it again to teleport to the person you tagged, and does a whole lot of things, like it resets on kill, it does bonus damage, yada, yada, yada. But I think the better players, you'll notice, their defenders and supporters are going to stand in the way of Mimikyu and take that Shadow Sneak. And if Mimikyu doesn't get their Shadow Sneak on a squishy character in the late game, it's not going to be able to do much in an endgame team fight. The Unite move can get countered by people damaging the Mimikyu to break them out. The Shadow Sneak can get body blocked. If you end up going play rough, you can get put in a really awkward spot, especially if the other person has eject and they eject while you're play roughing on them. You'll follow them in the middle of the enemy team. So people tend to go Shadow Claw a lot, but Shadow Claw damage takes too long to ramp up in the end game. So yeah, I think Mimikyu is a character that definitely has potential. In the right circumstances, it can go pop off and be crazy, but there's a lot of counterplay to it. Definitely a better version of Gengar in a lot of ways. That I can get behind. Let's talk about Luca next, who I feel like is pretty middle of the road as well. I don't know, I'll pop it somewhere in the middle here of C tier. And the more I look at my list, the more I feel like D-Knight seems a little out of place almost. Just in the context of other all-rounders, because I do think D-Knight slept on, but not by that much. We'll keep it here for now. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Lucario, and I think some people would disagree with me. Some competitive players would disagree with me. But this character, I don't know. The moment you power up punch in, you're kind of just stuck. Like, there's so much damage in the game. This character really needs 11. Like, they've just added too much CC to the game. We're not having unstoppable while charging pup baseline. Means that you're not going to even be able to resolve your power-up punch. And it's another character that, as people get better, they tank the power-up punches. It only hits the first thing that gets hit. So yeah, I think it's pretty middle of the road. Can definitely work if you get a good start. But I don't think it's that crazy. We'll talk about the bears at the end. We can talk about Scissor next. This character is just absolute garbage trash. If somehow you found my content and you've been like prior to watching my stream, you've been of the opinion that Scissor's like a really good character, and you're one of the people that plays Scissor in the jungle, and it feels like it never dies. This character, like Gudra, is just a noob trap. It doesn't do enough damage to force you to fight it. Like, you can just really a lot of times walk away from it. Its tankiness is only real into one damage type because it gets bonus defense and not special defense. It has no way to secure last hits or objectives because Bullet Punch is just like small ticks of damage. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. This character just should not exist in the game. It's definitely a fun character to play, but do know that by picking this character and taking the jungle, you're close to griefing your team. I don't think there's any such thing as griefing your team by picking a certain character, but if you are going to play Scissor, at least take a path, go to a lane, let something else on your team jungle so that your early game advantage isn't wasted on this one. Azumarill, this character would be a lot better if like everything in the game didn't just like hard counter it. Another thing about Azumarill is a common trend of mons that I rate kind of low. I don't even know if I think it's better than any of these all-rounders, to be honest. Maybe like here. A common trend, like I talked about with Absol, we talked about with Mimikyu, is there's just too easy counterplay into Azumarill. Like, Azumarill's mechanic is that it crits as long as it's dealing single target damage. But if you stand on top of your ally as a defender or supporter that's getting hit by its Aqua Tails, you heavily reduce its damage output. On top of that, you have to sweet spot the Aqua Tail for it to do more damage. Otherwise, it does half damage basically. And a lot of characters just have so much mobility to stand on top of the Azumarill to not get sweet spotted. So between you not getting the sweet spot on Aqua Tail or your ally tanking it with you, I think there's just too much counterplay to it. I do think it could probably work if the meta was a little bit different, but with these defenders that are popular, plus Buzzswole being in the game and everything just being so strong in the early game as well. Like Azumarilla's niche of having a level 8 fast charging Unite just isn't good enough when everything else in the game is also just so strong at that point. What if Azu just always crit no matter what? Then the mon would be a lot better for sure. All right. I'm assuming this is Rapid Striker Shifu, Water Bear. This character has just been over nerfed at this point. I don't think it's as bad as the things down here, but it is. This is a character that needs to. It's just weak. Like it needs to get ahead, but even if it's ahead, it doesn't even feel that good. And it's got one of the worst Unite moves in the game. They're changing the rules as well in UCS, where if they use them on once, it can't be used again. I don't think we're getting that in UCS. I think that's in like, that was like an ACL for like the finals for some LAN tournament or something, but correct me if I'm wrong. That's not what we're getting in UCS. It's just going to be normal draft. But yeah, Water Bear's trash, TLDR. Like, yeah, I don't think the mon is remotely playable really, and the only reason I'm not putting it F tier is because I think these mons are more trash. Okay, let's play. Where do we put Red Bear? I think Red Bear, it feels noticeably worse than Luca because its early game is not as good, so it needs to jungle. But its Unite move is still, you know, like almost a bro ult. So maybe I'll put it beside Luca, but I don't think it's that good either. I mean, I think this is the guy that got banned on the YouTube chat. Anyways, don't worry about him. Yeah, I think Red Bear is not bad. But both our Shifus used to be so much better, and they've just been nerfed over and over again. And they always had the issue that you need level 5 for them to come online, and it's really hard to get level 5 if you're in the lane. And committing your jungle resources means that you don't have an evolution that can just one buff level 4 gank your lanes. So yeah, I think Red Bear can definitely work in some drafts. The Water Bear is not really playable in my opinion. But that's kind of cool to see, right? Zacian Mewtwo aren't allowed in ranked right now. The Urshifus aren't that good. We're going to talk about Mew very soon, but Mew's gotten some nerfs as well. Like all the mons we used to see as Giga Broken are no longer really at the top of the ladder, which is pretty nice to see. All right, so that wraps up all-rounders. We're going to move on to attackers next. I want to just sort these attackers by special attack and physical attack, and we'll talk about the special attackers. We'll talk about them second. We'll do the physical attackers first, because I do think they kind of exist in their own archetypes as almost, you know. Damn, we have a lot more special than we do physical. There are really only 5 physical attackers? Damn, when did they add so many mages to the game? Okay. Okay, so Dragapult. I think this is easy 8. Where'd he go? I dropped him. Easy A tier character. I think in like solo queue and maybe 5-sec ranked, you would put this in like S. But in competitive, it's definitely a lot harder to make this mon work. You're gonna be the focus of all endgame team fights, and you're built by paper. Oh, Meow was here, right? You're built like paper. So if the enemy team decides to use their Unite moves on you, which they should, they're pretty much just gonna one-shot you in the late game. So you need like a support like Blissey. Not even Clef can really protect deep ult, but Clef isn't that bad. You need like Blissey or Eldegoss or maybe like a Wiggly, something to protect your Dragapult in the late game. And you also need to find a way to get ahead. So one of the things about Dragapult that you guys should know if you don't is he has this move called Phantom Force, okay? Phantom Force makes you invis, and it gives you some move speed, and it helps build up your passive, which gives you attack speed. All these things are great. The biggest thing about this is it gives you a permanent attack buff of 10 attack up to 10 times, right? So if you compare that to attack weight, which gives you 12 6 times, if you get a fully stacked Phantom Force, you're getting pretty much the same attack a fully stacked attack weight would, without having to consume an item slot, right? Because attack weight gives you 18, or let's say 12 times 6 plus 18, so 90. If you get 10 KOs as Dragapult, it's the same as having a better attack weight. And then you also get to run Muscle Bend and Scope Lens and Rapid Fire Scarf. So Dragapult essentially is a mon that has the 4th item slot, which is what makes it crazy in the late game. But if it doesn't get those stacks, it doesn't have a real Unite move. It doesn't have like a big oomph outside of that, and it can really, really struggle. So I know some people might say Dragapult's the best character in the game easily. You have to understand that there's a lot of conditions making this character work good or not. Cool. So let's see Greninja. I don't know if Greninja's bad enough to put in the F tier. I do feel like Greninja's better than everything in the F tier, better than most of these D tier characters. I don't know. This mon's also built like paper, doesn't do as much damage as Dragapult. And with all the CC in the game, if you get hit by anything, you're pretty much just instantly dead out of the game. And yeah, you can snowball as Greninja. If you get to late game and you're level 15 Greninja, you can definitely pop off, and it can sometimes hit level 15, but it's just too inconsistent, and it's too easy to bang. Nessie, on the other hand, I think is probably the only one of the physical attack ones I'll put in the B tier. These are all noticeably worse. But yeah, this one's solid. I think Charging Charm and Bangle were both 2 item additions that are really good for Decidueye. And like, it's not horrible in the lane. Rowlet's not a great laning character, but it's not horrible in the lane. You get some stacks on it. It's got one of the best ratios in the game to stack attack weight with. So if you do want to stack attack weight, which is good, your Spirit Shackle will do an insane amount of damage, which is also like 450% ratio. My God. And then it also gets increased by 20% if you're at range. So yeah, I don't know. Decidueye Spirit Shackle definitely hurts. Charging Charm makes it so you have stronger arrows. Bangle makes it so you have some answers to Clef for some anti-healing. Overall, I think it's really, really good mon. I don't think it's good enough to put in the A tier, but it's definitely fine down here in the B tier. Then you have Dura and Cinder. I don't know if they go into the F tier or not, but my God, are these Pokemon some hot trash right now. I don't know. I'm not a believer in really either of them. I think maybe I might rate. I think I like Greninja better than Cinder. So I think I'd put him. I think I'd do something like this. Cinder at the end of the D tier, Dura at the start of the F tier. I don't know. They're really good at hitting objectives, and they have decent secures as well. But like, you're just gonna get blown out before that situation even comes in. So yeah, I don't know. They both need some buffs if they want to be good mons. But all right, let's talk about some special attackers. Now, looking at this list of Pokemon that's left, I don't think there's a single character here that's F tier, by the way. So nothing is getting put in the F tier. They're all really solid mons, some much better than others for sure. But let's start off with Inteleon. I think maybe for a little bit people are starting to undervalue him, but the more I play Pokemon Unite, the more I realize that Inteleon is just broken, man. Like, it makes it so that you'll never have a bad laning phase. Water Gun is just that strong in lane. its Felsinger gives it way too much mobility. It's really annoying to kill this thing. Snipe shot into like 90% of the characters. One snipe shot and they're out of the game if the enemy team doesn't have good sustain. Even if they do have good healing, it's really, really hard for them to keep up with snipe shots. And if anyone ever gets low as a result of anything else in the game, they're getting one shot off this. And I haven't even talked about its Unite move, that not only does it just give you guaranteed crits on your autos, but it does something for an auto attack character that no other auto attacker in the game essentially gets, other than maybe Decidueye, but it gives you vision of people when they walk into bushes, right? So whereas a character like Dragapult, you know, if Dragapult opens up on someone and that character walks inside a bush, Dragapult loses all its damage output, right? But you can't even walk into bushes to dodge Inteleon's Inteleon's ult damage, because it just reveals you. It also exists as a soft counter to invisible characters in the game. Not that we have a lot of those, but just so broken. Such a good mon. I think I'd put it like right before Leafeon. Let's talk about the evolutions next altogether. I think that's pretty fair to do. Glaceon and Sylveon. I think these are both A tier. At like different points in the A tier. Maybe like here. I think Glaceon could go here. And maybe like Sylveon's like somewhere around the more middle of A tier. But like I talked about Leafeon, you can put them in the jungle. They take one buff. They have level 4. And they can instantly put pressure on lanes. Glaceon kind of needs level 6 to really be successful. But Ice Shard plus Icicle Spears makes it so all defenders in the game are pretty much just like 1 or 2 combos away from getting 100 ode. And yes, there's counterplay to Icicle Spears. Like you can block it, but not even the tankiest character in the game wants to stand in front of that Icicle Spear. Like it does too much damage. And it's an evolution, so it's gets all its moves at level 6, its Unite move at level 8, and all its move upgrades by level 12. So if it's not noticeably weaker than the other mons, it's just always going to be good because how it scales really well in the early game. Sylveon, similar kind of deal. They buffed it not that long ago, so if you're coming back to the game and you don't know, Sylveon used to have the longest or one of the longest Unite move cooldowns. That got noticeably buffed from 139 to 112. Its special attack baseline got buffed by 20 at level 1, which is an insane amount of buff on the baseline. And its Unite move does more damage as well. But buffing its passive, or buffing its base special attack, means that not only are you buffing its special attack, which buffs all its moves and its boosted auto damage, but you're also buffing Sylveon's passive, where it increases its special attack by a percentage. So if you increase its flatline special attack, you increase its special attack even further, more by its passive, and then even more by its Calm Mind, which does another 40% special attack, which end up making like Sylveon's Hyper Voice build with Calm Mind really strong, but also you can flex into Mystical Fire and Draining Kiss as well, and be really, really tanky into special attackers, because Sylveon's Mystical Fire reduces their special attack. So yeah, overall, just both really, really solid mons. Espeon, I think, perfect character to put over here in the B tier. I don't think it's as spectacular as Glace or Sylveon, but it's kind of in like the middle, where it definitely does really good damage to frontliners. I think Stored Power, Psybeam is probably its best build, but Psyshock is still like almost just as good. So you're really good at dealing damage to tanks. Its Unite move is a stun, which neither one of the other evolutions has, but it is a little bit more counterable. But its level 4 gank with Stored Power is still, it's really good. It's kind of awkward because if you take Stored Power, you lose your secure move, and if you go Psyshock, you have to have like, you know, it's kind of hard to hit raw Psyshocks. But the mon is just overall good. It's a good laner. So if you want to play Psyshock and lane, it's solid. If you want to jungle, it's not bad as well. Just a really good character overall. Let's talk about Gardevoir, because this character got buffed recently as well, right? It's kind of hard to rate all these characters because I think all the special attackers in the game are good. Aside from Cram, I think all of them are at least B or above. It just kind of depends on the draft. Like I think Gardevoir definitely can be in the A tier. They buffed Gardevoir's Unite move, which I never thought they would have, because the Unite move was already so good. But for whatever reason, maybe because they had the battle pass coming out, maybe because someone at Timmy really likes this character, they buffed this Unite move from 112 not to 100 but to 89 seconds, right? So 89 seconds used to be like the niche that like Pikachu and some very few characters in the game had, and now Gardevoir has it. Imagine there used to be a world where Gardevoir got its Unite at level 10, and it was a 134-second cooldown, to now it gets it at 9, and it has an 89-second cooldown. That's insane. Plus Spoon has come out, plus you have access to Cursed Incense, so you can deal with like all the healers in the game. Like Gardevoir is just so good. Of course, its early game is a little bit tough. You know, if it is jungling, it's really slow out of the jungle. It's not the best laner, but it can work. So I think there are things that keep it from being S tier, but it's definitely a solid A tier character. I want to save us talking about Mew. I'm talking about Cram because I do think Cram's the worst of the characters here. Cram's definitely has its place as a character that could get played at some point, but I think the current meta doesn't really favor it very well. If you want to play Mage Cram, it gets outranged by pretty much every other mage in the game right now. And all the other mages are all so good anyways. And if you want to play Dive Cram, there's just so much, like, how are you going to dive into character? Like, you get countered by gravity, you get mean looked and you're dead, Buzzwole goes infinite on you. The tanks, the moment you dive in, they hit you with anything, you're dead. If you get outranged by Snipe, you're dead. You get bonked by one Solar Blade, you're dead. Like, you really just can't play the team fights very well. And all the meta is just really strong into the Mon. So I don't think it's like a bad character. I think everything D and below are like bad. Like bad. But Cram's not great for sure. Okay, let's talk about some other really good characters. And Candelier, this Pokemon I think was a Mon that I slept on for too long, but Flamethrower is just insanely broken of a Mon, of an ability. Like it's like Gardevoir Psyshock plus Future Sight combined into one, where you get like, or it's just a better Guard Future Sight. Where Guard's Future Sight, you have to hit an enemy, it's slow, it's telegraphed almost. Flamethrower happens instantly. Yeah, you can't use it on people that are diving on top of you, but it can get reset off wild Pokemon. And a lot of the game, for special attackers especially, is played around the Altaria, right? Whether it's the top or the bottom or the central Altaria. Kando's like one of the best Pokemon at controlling that. Its only downfall, the only reason it's not an S tier character in my opinion, is it has such a weak early game that, you know, you need to dedicate some kind of resources to it. You need to either have like a really good XP share support or defender with you to make it work, something that's good in the early game, like Crustle, even Snorlax can, you know, help it get out of the early game. Or if it is jungle like Guard, it's going to take a while to come out of the jungle. But yeah, Imprison is insanely powerful. Flamethrower, its Unite move with the vision impairing, really, really good. So yeah, I don't know. Candle is just such a solid one. Next up, we can talk about A9 and Pikachu, because these characters I feel like historically have always been rated similarly. We've seen, you know, one be better than the other at many different points in Unite. But I think they're both solid characters. I want to put A9 in the A tier almost. And I think I will. I think A9 can definitely go into the A tier. Only because A9 has two builds that are so wildly different. You know, you have the Mage A9, which is really good if the enemy team has like a lot of bulky frontliners that you just want to do AoE damage and apply anti-healing with the cursed item. But if the enemy team has some speedsters that you might have a tough time dealing with, or you know, you want to add some more bulk to your team with Aurora Veil. Ever since Aurora Veil got buffed again, I think this character definitely has a lot of potential. It's definitely a character you want to pick in draft. I didn't talk about this with Sylveon, but the issue with characters that have multiple builds, so Blastoise, you know, has like a defender and all-rounder build. Sylveon has like Mystical Fire and Hyper Voice. A9 has Aurora Veil and Blizzard builds, right? These builds require different items to succeed. So Aurora Veil, you want to run things like Muscle Band, Scarf, things that empower your basic attacks because it's a build that relies on basic attacks. Whereas Blizzard A9, you want to run all the special attack items because you're not going to be attacking as much, right? So, you know, with the Blizzard build, you're going to have Spoon, Wise, Choice, Cursed Incense, maybe Amp, stuff like this. But with Veil, you're definitely going to want to have Muscle Band and always Spoon, sometimes Scarf, sometimes Focus Band, maybe Incense. But either way, like Muscle's really bad in... Muscle Band is really bad in the Blizzard build, and the Veil build is really bad without it. So if you're playing on the ladder, you don't know which build you want to go compared to your opponents. So it can be kind of troublesome. But I think once draft comes out and in competitive, we'll see a lot more A9 get picked. And then Pikachu, I think because it lacks that kind of flexibility, you have Volt Tackle, which can uniquely be powerful into a lot of speedsters in the game. It's not as flexible as A9 in terms of how wildly different the builds are. I do think it's good, but I don't know. Pikachu's thing used to be that it had like one of the fastest unites in the game, and then they just gave Guard a really fast unite. Everything in the game is getting unite move reductions. Like Sylveon is got like a reasonable unite move now. Glaceon's was never that high. Leafeon's is pretty low as well. I don't know. Things in the game just have such low unite move cooldowns that Pikachu doesn't feel that special anymore. Maybe I'd put it like somewhere like here. Venusaur, I mean, I don't know. All the special attackers in the game are just broken. I don't think I need to say much about this mon. It's just so well-rounded. It's good at most parts of the game. Kind of not great as a jungler because it's slow out of the jungle, but you just need level 7 with Solar Beam and you're set. And kind of like the other mons I was talking about, A9 and Sylvan and whatnot, you have two different, wildly different builds you can play. So when draft is out, this Pokemon's going to get a lot more value. Right now, if you're a Venusaur main, right, and you queue up in the game with a Giga Drain build because you have full heal, maybe you have a Focus Band on, maybe you're playing Muscle Band, whatever it might be, right? You load into the game and you're like, I want to play Giga Drain Petal Dance this game. But the enemy team has a lot of stuns. They have a lot of really annoying CC in the game, things like Mime maybe or Wiggly, and you would much rather have been Beam. Now you're stuck on a Petal Dance build, right? But when draft comes out, you'll be able to alter your builds depending on what you're playing against. So I do think draft makes Venusaur a lot more valuable. So in competitive, you'll see it a good amount. In solo queue, for that reason, it can struggle a little bit. Delphox, just for the sake of having some contrast, I don't think I can just keep putting these special attackers in the A tier, but I do think Delphox is a fine B tier character. Similar to Pikachu, it's kind of losing its niche as the fast ult character in the game. It still has the fastest unite move in the game, but now Guard, for whatever reason, has practically the same timer, but Guard's unite also sucks people in and stuns them. Delphox's niche also used to be that it has anti-healing, but all the special attackers in the game now have access to a similar form of anti-healing with cursed items. So Delphox is just kind of slowly losing its identity. The Mystical Fire Flame Charge build, just, I mean, while it looks really, really flashy, is just not enough damage output, takes too long to scale, it's been nerfed too many times. It's not good into a lot of the meta picks either. So, I don't know, it's a fine B tier character. I don't think it's that much, I don't think it's that bad. And then Mew, definitely a character that's kind of hard to rate. It feels awkward not putting this mon in the A tier, just because I know how strong Mew has been and how good it is. But its damage output is just a little too low when you compare it to all the other broken special attackers in the game. So I think it can rest at the top of the B tier, which is nice. But yeah, Mew's flexibility in that it has mobility, it has some peel for itself, it can support its team a little bit, its Unite move can get you out of bad moments. Like, I think Mew's a very well-rounded, strong character, but the main problem with Mew right now, and I feel like Mew is such a hard mon to keep balanced, is it all relies on how Solar Beam is. If Solar Beam does more damage, this mon is broken, and when Solar Beam gets nerfed, this mon doesn't feel good, right? Like, we saw some Solar Beam nerfs a while ago. It brought Mew down quite a bit. Then Solar Beam and other parts of the kit randomly got buffed one day, and it was good, and then they nerfed Solar Beam again. But with Solar Beam being bad, like, E-Ball Light Screen's just not enough to carry them on into being broken. Because early game, it really doesn't have a lot of move options. Like, Electro Ball is always good in the early game. Light Screen's always good in the early game. Coaching is very situational, but quite strong. Surf just has a too long of a cooldown for you to get stuck on Surf, but sometimes you're forced into it. Solar Beam is just too weak to really invest in the early game, and then Agility is pretty bad in the early as well. So half of its moves are pretty awful to switch into, and because they nerfed this from 20 seconds to 25 seconds on the move reset, it's a lot more punishing if you get stuck on a bad move now. E-Ball Light Screen is probably its best moveset in the early game, followed by E-Ball Coaching. And then it's probably like Surf Coaching. Then it's Surf Coaching, then it's E-Ball Agility, then it's probably like Beam Light Screen, and then the other Surf combinations. But yeah, I don't know. Beam is just so weak in the early game. You really, really regret being stuck on Beam, because it does such little damage for such a long cooldown. But I don't know. Mew can definitely work. You need the right circumstances, as is with a lot of other mons. But yeah, this is the tier list, guys. How does it look? I feel like I'm pretty happy with it. Anyone have any questions? Anything we're upset with? I think it's pretty solid. Probably the best tier list you've seen. I mean, it's only the best from me. All right, let's put it on Twitter and then get roasted. Pre-Gyarados tier list for all forms of Pokemon Unite, but focus on competitive. Easy. I think mages might be too good. Yeah, the mages are definitely, like, just look, it's kind of like color coded almost, right? Where you just see so much orange. It's so orange heavy. And if the mages had their own version of orange, like the worst mage in the game, I think is Scrim, which is better than the other, like so many other damage dealers already. Gyarados will be good. I don't know. Oh yeah, look at this. Gamma's the tournament director alongside Miss Mystic. Nice. These two are goats. Huge. Guys, why do I have 20 notifications? Did I do something bad? Oh, I made my Pal World tweet. I guess people were not happy. I don't know. Apparently I'm spreading misinformation. You're losing IQ in this Pal World discussion. Yeah, I don't know. TLDR for you guys, I'm not playing Pal World, but not because I have like a political stance against it. It's just I'm having so much fun with Unite, I don't have a reason to play it. But you know, like I think it does make for a good discussion. But some people are just too much with it all. Oh, the Circa made a Pal World website. That's cool. Well, if you guys do play Pal World, the people behind Unite DB made a Pal World site too. You don't want to play Pal World because you don't want to shoot Pokemon or butcher them? Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Like, I like Pokemon. I don't want to shoot them. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is good for Pokemon. If anything, it shows the Pokemon company that people want to play more, like, out there versions of their game. And I don't think I want an official game where you shoot Pokemon or anything. But I think making more open world games could be good in the future. It won't happen for like 5 or 6 years. If they want to make a Pokemon survival game, I think they know that they can make one. But it can't be one with like player violence. It would need to be more Pokemon-like, for sure. I think the only part that's frustrating to me is it is kind of annoying seeing all the Pokemon get just copy pasted, you know? Like, I'm not gonna defend $1 trillion company or however big Pokemon is from plagiarism, but it is kind of annoying, you know? Like, I don't know, I feel pretty attached to Pokemon, and I kind of hate that the designs are just ripped. But I don't know, people are definitely out there with this. The thing I don't see anyone talking about, which triggers, like, it actually triggers me, is like 15 years ago when League of Legends came out, League of Legends literally copied Dota characters. Like, the visuals and the abilities. They just ripped the Dota characters. Do you guys know how League of Legends even started? Dota 2, or Dota, the original Dota, used to be a mod on Warcraft 3. And then League of Legends came from some of the people that worked on the mod. They joined a company called Riot, and they shut down the fan forums where people used to make suggestions for Dota. And they literally ripped the Dota's designs from the fan-made concepts and the actual game. And it's not like they did, like, you know, generous copies of them, right? Like, what was Jaina League of Legends 2009? I don't know if there's a way to get a video of this, but this Jaina character is just Crystal Maiden from Dota. Oh, there's no picture of it because this is from so long ago. Like, they just, I mean, some of the kit's different now, but they just took Crystal Maiden. Or like Darius from League. This guy is just a rip of Axe. They just took this guy. Well, Dota, maybe you could say Dota copied Warcraft characters, but at least it was a mod of the game, right? But the League of Legends devs literally oh, I didn't mean Jaina, I meant Jana. It's not the same, but I mean they took like the visuals and they just copied. Axe and Darius are way better comparison though. Like this Darius guy, he just spins, he has like his ult, he has like a taunt, or he did back in the day. He has his ult that's a reset, as an execute reset. It's literally just Axe, right? But what I'm saying is, like, I don't know. I think more people should be mad at League of Legends over this. That's all that I know. But no one really talks about it anymore. Back in the day, they used to. But what happened, guys, was it Pendragon? Was that the guy's name? Pendragon, League of Legends? I don't want to watch a 20-minute video on it. But basically what this guy did, what Pendragon did, was there used to be this Dota forum called Dota All-Stars, okay? And on Dota All-Stars, that's where all the guides used to be. That's where people used to link up to play. It was like the Unite DB of Dota. Plus, it also was a forum where people would post their concepts. And what Pendragon did, he used to work on Dota 2. He was like one of the mods, or he might have been the creator of Dota All-Stars. He went to Riot, he shut down Dota All-Stars, and sold out all the concepts, and that's how they made League of Legends. Where's the ad? Maybe I can find it. This. They took down the original Dota 2 All-Stars website, and they replaced it with this ad. Why play League of Legends? No more disconnections, obnoxious hackers, totally imba matches, annoying leavers, which just spells out Dota. Like, League of Legends is evil. But everyone's playing League of Legends and they're shitting on Pal World. This will be like my grandpa take. When I'm 70 years old and people are like, Dota's like a dead game, but League of Legends is still alive somehow, I'm gonna be sitting on my lawn telling the young kids like, you guys don't understand what League of Legends did. That Riot Pendragon guy. I don't know, if you guys are interested in this, you should definitely look it up and watch like a long video on it. Be a Lux main at 89. Genshin being a Breath of the Wild copy? I have not played either one of those to say it. I don't know. This is my Roman Empire, true. Pokemon fan, I love that Pal World exists even if they're not the same genre of games. That's how I feel. I hope it makes Game Freak and the Pokemon Company like more receptive to wanting to make games like that. I don't think they'll make a game like Pal World, but I think they can definitely branch out and make some more interesting decisions. Yeah, I mean, they don't really care, for sure. What's my take on Pokemon vs. Digimon? Okay. I didn't watch Digimon as a kid, I didn't play anything Digimon related, but this Digimon is the only Digimon that looks like a Pokemon. Have you guys seen what Digimon are like? Like, I learned about this on stream not that long ago, like maybe like a year or so ago. But Digimon characters are crazy. Digimon's nothing like Pokemon. Like, let me try to find you some Digimons. Like, Digimons look, they fuse with like people. Digimons are way different. Like, the only thing that kind of looks like Charmander is Agumon, or whatever his name is. Yeah, Digimon evolution lines are insane. They're like charts. They also have like way more evolutions. Like, yeah, these things. Look at what these things evolve into. Does this look like a Pokemon to you? Like, what is this? Maybe some of their early forms might kind of be similar to Pokemon, but these things are like Transformers. Like, there's no Pokemon ever that's gonna look like these guys. They need to use the next console to its maximum. The thing about the Nintendo consoles is they're always gonna be like 1.5 to 2 generations behind that current year's generation, right? Like, the Switch is definitely not on the level of, it's not even on the level of PS4, right? The Switch is like PS3 level, which came out like 15 years ago. I don't know. I don't know why is it like that, guys? Why do Nintendo consoles, why are they so weak? Can't they just make a good console? Like, the technology's there. Cheaper? I mean, obviously. But would they not sell more if it was a little bit more expensive and like take more market share? And it's not even like it's not exclusively the consoles being weak, but even the like optimization of the games is horrible, right? Like, you're not telling me like a 13-year-old coder couldn't make a mod Pokemon. If Pokemon Unite was open source, I think the open source community could make Pokemon Unite run better on a Switch than it runs right now. But it just feels like all Pokemon games just run like shit, and then the console's giga weak too for no reason. Like, what is it about Pokemon that they just don't want it's like they want it to be laggy. Have they ever made a not laggy Pokemon game? I mean, I guess back in the day they used to optimize their games way better for the consoles. They want to be known for the quality of games, not a Chad system. That just sounds like cope, though. I'm not saying I need freaking 4K on my Nintendo Switch, but I just want my games to run at a high frame rate. That's actually all I want. I just want 1080p with like 1080p 60 FPS consistently. I'm not even asking for a lot, I feel like. Gen 7 is starting to get worse and worse. I remember when I played Sun and Moon, that was laggy. Is Sun and Moon Gen 6 or 7? Sun and Moon's Gen 7, right? Yeah, those games were laggy. I had the Nintendo 2DS. You know, like it wasn't the 3D one, it was like the big tablet brick thingy. And that thing could not run my Sun and Moon game. I still have it, actually. Oh yeah, Unite's awful in terms of the lag. Like, I don't know. I just I don't even get it. I don't even understand it. I think I'm gonna play a couple games and then probably call it, guys, because I am getting kind of sleepy. Trying to keep a good schedule. Good schedule says at 3 a.m. Yeah, if I go to bed before the sun is out, it's a good schedule. Failed. Yeah, I had enough fun playing Boon. I do think you should generally be XP share, but you know, if sometimes you feel like taking the XP share off of Eld, it's okay. Just don't take it off of Clef or Blissey. Those mons are giga awful without XP share, and Comfy. I have been playing this new thing where I just stack on Eld, and I think I would do it in competitive as well. I don't know, I still haven't made up my mind. Just like, Eld has such good ratios. Clef takes like 15 seconds to form a Volta. Yeah, and also, like, what are you gonna run? A damage item? Like, it's not like you do any damage. You can already run 2 healing. Like, I explained this the other day. The easiest way I can put it is Clef, Blissey, and Comfy. The only thing they do is keep their team alive, right? The way you keep your team alive is you recover their HP. And you disrupt the enemy team, but mainly you recover their HP. You know what's another way to make your team live longer? Is if your team has more experience. Because higher levels gives you more HP and more defenses and everything. How do you make it so your team is higher leveled? You play XP share. Like, you should not play Clef, Blissey, or Comfy unless you intend on putting XP share on. That's just, it's pointless. Honestly, XP share should be built into the character. Like, into those characters. And they should nerf them so that they can play other items or something. Like, because the game is just so fundamentally flawed for those mons. Damn. Thought for sure my leafage would get that. That sounds broken. I don't know, like, it could definitely be balanced. Obviously, if they just did it right now, where they built it in and those mons all got an extra item slot, it would be giga broken. But I mean, that's how I would want the game to be balanced if they don't just straight up remove it. At least for Comfy, it should be built in. You ever play a game where your solo queue Comfy doesn't have XP share on and he's inside you? I actually just won FF. Like, and I hardly ever won FF. I mean, what I think they should do is, I think they should make like a role specific item slot, and in that item slot, like, there's like very limited items you can pick, or something like that. And like for all supporters, make it so they basically always have to have XP share on or something like that. I don't know how I would exactly do it. How broken is Scissor? Just triple kill our team. How is a Scissor this big though? I don't understand. Like, our top lane and our jungler are all playing broken early game characters. He's about to get his ult. Nice. Just gonna break it. Get my last stack so we can do this objective. Yeah, you know, I used to think it was really important for competitive games to be like giga flexible. And I remember when League of Legends was popping off, I thought it was really cringe that they had role selection, because it meant that like some characters just couldn't be played in other roles, or like the meta was always going to be like one top, one jungle, two bot, you know, and you could never get things like tri lanes and whatnot. But I think it's just better. I think it's just easier to balance the game that way. It makes the game way more fun for solo queuers, like when there's some structure to it. So if it meant that you can no longer play Executioner Machamp because they just made it so Executioner only works on defenders and supporters and it's like built into the game somehow and like heavily nerfed because, as a result, I would be fine with that. It sounds like a lazy approach, but I don't... You knocked me out of the way. I don't think there's any other way to do it. Even Dota had to succumb and add role selection to the game. Because Dota and the Dota community used to be so against role selection. But even they eventually just added it. Like what I want in Unite, bare minimum, I want that the game forces it so you have to have two support characters, basically. Like one, you need to have minimum one supporter or one defender, no matter what, and you can't have any more, any less. So it's either two supporters, two defenders, or one of each, and then 3 damage dealers, and that's just how the game has to be. That's how I would love if it was. And, you know, maybe it'll mean that you can't have comps like where Blastoise is picked as a damage dealer, and that sucks and that feels awful. But I don't know. I think it will keep the game more balanced that way, and it'll make it way more fun on the ladder. I mean, it feels like it doesn't work, but the game can work around it. Doesn't mean it can't work that way. God, how broken is Scissor though? Like, realistically, is it even that fun that defenders can play damage roles? Like, isn't it just because they're broken? Like, every defender that's played a damage role has only played that role because the mon itself was giga broken, right? Damn. Nice. We just needed a little bit more help. But like, you know, when like Crustle right now in its damage roll is really only good because it's broken. Lapras, when they got played in a damage roll, only because it was broken. When Blastoise spin was good, it was giga broken. You play giga broken stuff? Yeah, but it's not even only in competitive though, right? Like, it's just the only reason they can get played in those in a role different than what it might have initially been intended for is because they're broken. Like, here's a good example, right? Snorlax as a normal tank defender you can play it, and it's fine, but you can't play it in a damage roll because it's not broken. If they giga buffed Lax and made his slam do have like an insane ratio or whatever, and like his block or yawn or something did something damage oriented and was broken, then you could play it in a damage roll. I mean, I think they designed Spin to exist the way it does, for it to be a defender in the sense that you do a lot of like AoE damage and you're really tanky and people can't score on you. I think that's what the design was. I don't think it was meant to be like another all-rounder. I'm the only one alive in the whole game. My Talon is coming back. Alright, Talon. I'm prepping it for your last hit, buddy. Oh, we lost it. I mean, I could have gotten off of it, but he like walked all the way around. I guess he's Brave Bird. Whatever. I should have probably gotten off of it. But I don't think his Brave Bird hit the ray. I don't know. I need to look at it again. He missed Brave Bird. Because it looked like he hit it like here, no? I don't know, if I don't hit it there and I just back, like we have to stop them from flipping the ray. And like maybe we can stop them, but they're respawning faster than we are. Let's see. I mean, I was looking where my Talon was, but I feel like I couldn't even find him. No, his Brave Bird hit it. He just went really early on it, and it did like no damage, but he did hit it. Why did he look like he did such little damage to it? I suppose maybe he just had no stacks. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, knowing it's solo queue, I should just get off of it, but and like we should just play another team fight. All I know is if I had Spoon, it would have died in time, but I just didn't do enough damage to it. Unlucky. I think our Talon just didn't have any stacks. Oh well. Am I gonna play some Pal World? I talked about it earlier, but not anytime soon, no. Alright, I've been streaming for 7 hours, guys. I'm tired. I need to go to sleep. I will see you guys all tomorrow. I will be live sometime during the day, my time. Let me just look at my schedule real quick.
can get my satisfaction.
Yeah, I'll be live during the day for sure. I have scrims in the evening.
Satisfaction. Satisfaction.
All right. Take care, everyone.
Push me, and then just
Good night.
touch me till I can get my